Hello everyone, my name is Puppy Park, and this will probably be it for the final time. We're here with the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, as we probably finished the entire trilogy. It's been a long road. We bought this game in January. It is now July. So, I mean, we bought 3 games, I guess, to be fair. Yeah, there were games in the middle that I had to play, though, to be fair. Shout out to 7 Rebirth and Dawn Trail. So, you know, obviously that's why it's taken a while. But, I am planning to... if the internet doesn't go out or anything, or anything else happens, I'm planning to beat this entire trilogy now, finally. We're on the final case, the DLC case, Turnabout Time Traveler. This will be it. Done all this. It's, yeah. I don't know why I saved that one episode. I tried to tell myself, like, yes, I will only save on one file, and I actually probably should have done that for... although I did 2 files here, I should have done that for this one. I did not. It doesn't matter though. It's fine. We did beat the game. We did beat the trial. It's just weird. Anyway, we're loading this. Let's go in. Last time, we actually... I don't usually do this. We were in the middle of the court case. Literally in court. We were... I had a quick read of what was going on here. We're trying to explain how 2 receptions could happen. We brought time travel up, and obviously Edgeworth had to be like, no, it's not fucking possible. Time travel's not possible. Shut up. And I was like, all right, even though, you know, ghosts exist, but sure, Edgeworth, time travel's not possible. Anyway, time travel's not possible. So we have theorized that what if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? That's my theory there. What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, also Larry, I think, is still on the stand. I'm like 90% sure he's there. There he is. Never mind. Oh! Is he gonna really just admit it? It's him. A brilliant deduction, defense. It's that guy, isn't it? Yeah, I knew it. The Trails in the Sky character. I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? Cody, I still don't know how to pronounce your name. You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day. Why the hell were you keeping this a secret? Also, why did you just admit it? Then that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. You were covering it up? You're just admitting to a huge cover-up. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Gloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. Oh, they were protecting her. But then Larry messed it up. Good job, Larry. Never change. Well, I mean, to be fair, we can't just be like, yeah, you're just gonna cover up a body. You can't do that. I mean, he attacked her, to be fair. So, you know, that's fine. I don't know why he attacked her. I don't know what's up with the victim. If he's... I think it's a pretty evil thing to attack a innocent woman like Ellen, but I don't know what she did. If she has any secrets or anything. She doesn't seem like the type. Her gimmick seems already pretty prim and proper on the outside, but then breaks to slight pressure on the inside. So I don't think she's gonna have another gimmick of I'm secretly evil. So, I don't know, this guy could be evil. It's just a lot going on here. What are we doing? It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed. They needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Botts. And that's how you intended to cover up the whole situation up. There's just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold. It was the Vista deck. What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up. The fact that Miss Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable. Fuck! I think I missed the stream. You were here for that one, weren't you? I actually don't remember if you were here for that. We had a stream where we started the trial. We interviewed Larry Butts. He was like, "You're not my friend, man. Are you trying to accuse me of a crime?" I was like, "No, we're not trying to accuse you of a crime, Larry. We just want to find out more about the fucking incident, and you know stuff. You have your key card," and he moved the broken lantern, the lantern with the victim in it. It was in the let's see, where was it? By this little pamphlet. It was down by the hold. He moved it from the hold all the way at the bottom right, all the way up to the hall, which is in the top left. And he didn't know why. I guess it was oh yeah, that's right. Ellen put a little note there to remind her, I need to put this up there. I don't know why she did that, but that kind of messed up the plan for them to cover up the dead corpse. She did not know about that, obviously. But the fact that Miss Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a sort of event! No! Wait! So you... Damn it, Edgeworth! Don't you laugh! And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now. Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on, I will! Let's load up the game, guys. We're going back to the main menu. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it! I'm hovering over the button. I'll do it. Fucking do it. I bet I can't either! Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling. For a second, I thought he was making a joke. I was like, we'll have to hold a second trial for good old Phoenix here. I was like, no, wait, that's right. Yeah, you do have to hold a trial for that cover-up conspiracy. That's not legal. You can't do that. You can't move bodies and be like, oh, it didn't happen. Tee. Objection! Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit. Objection! Objection! You still want us to believe the defendant's word? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during the time abroad. This third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it. Objection! But by the same token, how could we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? I mean, that's what we do. Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Oh, literally was at the end, like 2 minutes. If I just held out longer, we would have finished. Very well, Your Honor. Yeah, that was close. Mr. Nicoli.
As for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one.
Understood, Your Honor. By the way, I have a trip to Bermuda. I'm going to take it right now, actually.
Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned.
He just leaves the country. I was 5 minutes away from the end. That's so funny. Teehee. Why do they still have Apollo's jacket there? Is he visiting? What? The whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? I told you that, Dina. Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it. Wow. 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. How much food must they have eaten? Did I have to eat both? I have no idea. But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me. You got that right. I'm sure it would have been I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back. Hey Maya, what up? Welcome to this humble abode of... Good God, what is this mess? Hey Maya, are you all set to go? Yep, ready when you are. So what should we start with? Let's start with revealing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. Other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true. So what really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this mystery person? That's the million-dollar question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is the key. I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright. You'll rather take cleaning the toilets than coming to figure out who this mystery person is. Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was, too, so that's good. You mean the groom? Soren Sprocket, right? Exactly. He might know something that could help us out. So then, what am I doing here? I don't know what you're doing here, Larry. We didn't invite you. I'm a very busy man, you know. Well, all of the people involved are Soren's family members. So I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. Even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh, man? I have a really tight schedule, but heck. What are friends for, right? Okay, pal. Go ahead and ask me anything. You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? The incident. How's it going? I want to go over exactly what happened before I step outside this office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? If I gotta. Okay, so the first reception. Okay, the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in the cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception, at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury for some reason. I still don't know the motive of that. He forced her out into the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. We're going with that. I trust my client. To cover it up, the family quickly drew together a second reception. That's what Edgy's claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it. Okay, I was about to say, yes, that's what Edgeworth is claiming. The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury. just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul, because I was locked up in the cabin at the time. But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope, the place was completely deserted. I guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready fast and had the second reception soon after that. Which is insane. They probably called everyone back up and said, "We need you to come back. We're doing another reception," for some reason. Everyone's just like, what? I mean, I guess we get more food, but we're already full. Then after the second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And discovered the body. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it, along with the identity of that mystery person. Okay, before we talk to you, can we examine things here? And does Maya talk about it? No? Damn. Would have been fun. Alright. The cabin! So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in the cabin. Did you see anything unusual while you were there? In the cabin? Let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying out through the sky. That's pretty unusual. Larry, we've confirmed that time travel did not happen. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? Which I assume is the airplane that was in this photo. Just going over the evidence again. Yeah, that airplane is probably what he saw. It looked like a pterodactyl, I assume. I don't know why it was flying, though. Oh, right. That drawing of the pterodactyl you saw. What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear. But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened. Which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh. Are you down in the eye of a super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Drawing Larry made. He probably mistook something for what he claims is a pterodactyl in this picture. Which we could have guessed that, to be honest, even before we discovered the time travel was bogus. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I better go. I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's Laurie's Denome book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not! They're the ones coming around and beg me! Looks like I guessed right. Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? That's very generous of you, but we only need 0. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. What? Keep your books. Just put them down as office expenses or something. Well, see ya. Wait, Larry, we don't need... Oh, he's gone. I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed. Why do you want a signed copy from him? Oh boy, Julie's not gonna like this office expense. He runs it by his daughter? She's gonna be like, she looks at the books and says, Dad, why did you buy 10 picture books? I wanted a new mystical scarf from my magic show, and you decided to buy these dumbass picture books. They're all signed by your dumb friend. There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick? Right. We should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. Did you say you were gonna clean toilets? I bet I can cheer her up. I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Adina. You're not needed for this case. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall. On me? Oh, really? Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so you go on ahead and run along now. But boss? Off you go, Adina. No, I don't want to die. She runs out. I don't think she's going. We better get going too, Maya. Okay. Does it work? Oh, it does. Oh, there's new things. Okay, well, Maya, stuff. Come to think of it, you used to be a pianist, right, Nick? So play something for me. Oh, about that, he doesn't know how to play. Well, no. You say he knows how to play one song, though? At least one. I'm not really good enough to play in front of other people. Can I play then? No way! We'll get complaints from the hotel next door. Huh. No, that hotel. No fair. It's just a glorified shelf if nobody plays it, you know. Yeah, it pretty much is. Look at all that stuff. Spaghetti. Oh, there's all kinds of interesting stuff here. Like this hoop. Yes, this hoop is the most interesting thing. Man, that's not... Oh, he just went faster. That's not a hoop for hula hooping, you know. It's a hoop used for levitation magic, right? How did she know? Maybe she goes to the shows, I don't know. What's that? Wow, it's one of those zigzag cabinets for dividing a person into 3. I've never seen one in real life before. It's one of Trucy's magic props. Oh, let's try it out. I don't know. It's probably dangerous to get into that thing if you don't know how it works. Oh, come on, Nick. Just hurry up and get in there already. Why am I the one on the chopping block here? All these books. So, are you thinking about a new look, Nick? What are you talking about? That red jacket. Oh. Oh, that's Apollo's. Maybe you should wear a little red every once in a while. But, it's not really your color, is it? Then again, you never wear anything but blue, so why not give it a try? Oh my god, you totally reminded me, Maya. Here you go, Nick, put it on. Like I said, it's not even mine. Apollo's so short, Nick is so tall. But also, Maya, you've reminded me. I have to go back to the game menu. I can't believe I forgot about this. I actually already saved it, it's fine. I can't believe we forgot, guys. I was gonna do it for the DLC track because it's not too important story-wise. There's costumes! Oh my god. Apollo's not even here! Well, we see Athena again. She's gonna be wearing that. Fantastic. Well, just know that he's wearing that ridiculous outfit. It's a plant. Ficus. It's Charlie! I'm surprised you remember his name. His branches are as handsome as ever. Charlie seems happy to see you too, Maya. His leaves are greener than usual today. Well, he looks super healthy. We always make sure he's watered and well cared for. And by we, I mean Athena and Trucy. Oh my god. Don't ever buy a dog, Phoenix. These are all your case files, right? Yes, and there's private information on my clients in there too. So no snooping. What's this? Perfecting teleportation magic? Huh? Trucy must have swapped out my files for her magic books! Fantastic. I believe that's everything. I think there's sometimes achievements or trophies that are locked to if you click on the thing twice, but I'm not going to do that for all of them. It's time to go. Oh wait, we can present this. Your attorney's badge looks so nice and shiny on your lapel. It's so cool, the mark of a true hero. If I can be a hero for my clients, that's good enough for me. In that case, I'll be the commander that controls the hero from behind the scenes. I think I already read this before. Alright. To the detention center. Probably best to go visit our client after the craziness that happened here. Okay, there she goes. She is stress cleaning right now. Go, calm down. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello? Ellen? Oh, Mr. Wright. What's going to happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. Why are you ironing? Do you think that person could be the real killer? It's quite possible. And if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. Why are you showing me his underwear? I think I better go have a chat with him then. Why am I being treated to a view of someone's underwear? Yeah, I was about to say, you're gonna ignore everything she's doing right now? Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren? Well, he is one of who masterminded the second reception after the time skip. So I thought he might be able to tell us something. Mr. Wright! You can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone! Alright, just calm down. No! If you're accusing my Soren... Please, I'm not accusing anybody. So please put the pen and the ladle down, alright? You're scaring the man behind there. Really? Cross my heart. Uh-huh. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? What's she doing? Oh, she's prepared herself there. Mid-conversation. I better be careful not to provoke her. That's Soren. Could you tell me about Soren? There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean. Alright. Okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then. Fine. But you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Pierce, Nicody. Could you tell me about Pierce Nicody then? Pierce. He came to the Sprocket Manor about a year ago. As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago. Did he have some kind of special connection with the family? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid. It might be on Soren's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in the family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? I mean, that's a lot of moving up in just a year. What you thought was time travel was really just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing. I still can't believe it. Even the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know? I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes could change. Wasn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist. Really? How? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time? That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. It's a bit of a belief, big a belief there, girl. Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? It's pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen. You're going to do your investigation now, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that. Why would you say that in Phoenix? Look at her now. Please, Whatever you do, don't upset my poor Soren any further. I'm begging you. I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. Oh, I couldn't bear it if Soren never came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Yikes! Ellen, please don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry, do you? Oh my gosh. No. You're right. And the floodwaters recede once more. So what do we do now, Nick? Well, Ellen and Soren is usually in... Oh, Ellen said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so... Let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out our next move from there? Roger, Nick. The camera. It's staring at us. I saw a bunch of kiwis as a snack. Nah, it's hard to eat them as I play this game where I have to constantly read. The camera. What is it pointed at anyway? If it's trying to film the defendant, shouldn't it be pointed more this way? Hey man, I haven't talked to you in a while. Look at that guard. He's standing right in the camera's blind spot. In that position, I bet he could even doze off and get away with it. Maybe that's why he's doing it. You don't know. Oh, the intercom button. This mic has been here for a long time. Looks pretty worn out. This little guy's made thousands of conversations possible. So I'd probably end up feeling kind of sad if they just ended up and replaced it. It's an Ace Attorney staple. So where should we start? Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We have already investigated the reception hall and Sprocket Manor. I know. We haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet. Hey, you're right! We've still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? Probably should have done them in the first investigation, but we didn't. The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right? And the lantern with the body in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations. Do we know how to get to the hold? Good question. I think it was labeled in the diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. There it is. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. To the hold. There's the plane, and there's a cake. Shouldn't have been eaten by now. So this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. We better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Hey, Nick. Weren't we supposed to need a key card to get in here? Huh? You're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Oh, it's Emma. That was the Pierce. Emma, what are you doing here? Just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep my mind sharp. The door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be alright? Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks. We'll just take a quick look around then. Oh, right! You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the Vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. If you do go up to the Vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off. Got it, thanks. That goes double for you, Maya. Wow. Yes, ma'am. 28. 27. Maya, you're older than her! By 1 year! Well, let's get this show on the road. Like, yes, ma'am. It's like, Maya, you're... Okay, whatever. I should talk to her, why not? How's the incident going? All that stuff. Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's gonna be a tough trial for you. You're telling me. There isn't much time left, so I've just gotta make do and see what I can turn up. With that cake. Oh! It's a cake, Nick! A cake! It's so big they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they? If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure. Knock yourself out. Oh, it's styrofoam. Damn. You mean it's not real? Well, it sure fooled me. And me. I was so ready to have some of that. I'm really craving cake right now. Come on, Nick. Let's go get some. Maybe after the trial is over. Yeah, we'll do that after trial. That's a good idea. Huh? It looks like there's some fingerprints on the candle bars. Oh. Yeah. I just got done dusting that. I was able to pull a set of left-hand prints. You know whose prints they are? Yes. The prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick! I just figured out something amazing. You did? Get this. If the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. I mean... What? No, he wouldn't have been. He could just be holding it on his left hand. It doesn't matter. What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what? You're a real silly Sally if you thought that deduction was in any way encyclopedic. Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. Oh my god. I looked into myself, and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. That was just a guess. Really? I got it right? Awesome. Good for you, Maya. Good for you? That's all you've got to say? I think you did a real great job, Maya. Way to go. I guess one can never have too much info. Now you're talking. But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo area took of the hold, is it? That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? The candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that, then. It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I better add it to the evidence file, just in case. Candelabra. From the hold bearing fingerprints from Gloomsbury's left hand, which is his dominant hand. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright, you can have the fingerprint powder if you like. You're giving this to us? Friend? Sure. I have 4 other sets. Wow. Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. You shouldn't. It's evidence. You shouldn't put your finger on it. I don't know why you'll leave fingerprints. All right. Oh, look, Nick! It's an airplane! I wonder if someone built that one, too. Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood. Damn, that sounds nice. And who do you suppose is going to pilot that wooden death trap? Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times. That definitely translates to experience. I think I'll pass. I still got my whole life ahead of me. Oh, come on, you jumped off a bridge. You can do this. The cows. So there are 2 megapool lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean. Like these 2 female pick-a-cow lanterns. Yeah. Larry got their sexes mixed up. When he replaced the one in the reception hall, right? Didn't you see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me. Maya, we've been over this. He just supports gay rights. Come on. And he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. And Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime. Oh, Mr. Wright? You know that the lantern the victim was found inside the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it. Oh, okay. We'll stop by for a look too once you're done fixing it. Oh, what that bell? What's that? A wedding bell? According to the pamphlet, it's used on the Vista deck during wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds. I guess it's disassembled and stored away here in the hold when it's not being used. Flowers. These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo. The petals make them look like little gears. The perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they were gonna shower the couple with the petals. You mean kinda like how people drove rice or confetti? Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of the murder instead. Someone threw rice and confetti on the corpse. There must be the dishes and glasses they used for receptions. Very fancy. I bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them. Oh, I want to see Nick. You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them. Nick! You think I'm gonna break them, don't you? Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case. Ooh. Dials. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive. And it's all rhythmic, like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the Flying Chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and around and around and around and around. What? I think I'm starting to get dizzy. Yeah, me too. Rolling around at the speed of a gear. Oh, look. There's a lever to lift him up. To the lift Emma told us about. Let's try going up it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing. Oh, wait, I'm not even on it yet. Oh, here we go. Hey, yo, what? Hey, Maya, stop the lift. Well, good job, man. We found the clue. Whoops. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Never mind that. Move over a little. Okay. Is that blood? Blood? Let me see. Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood? Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so... I think that's the most logical conclusion. I thought the victim was clubbed to death. And that there wasn't that much blood. Something tells me I better take a picture of this. Did he carry a camera around? I mean, he obviously has to. I assume that's where all the evidence is. I never hear him use the flash, though. A bloodstain that was found on the side of the lift in the hold. It's unknown whose blood it is. We should ask Emma about him some more later. Mike, can you bring the lift back down now? You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. There. Done. We'll find out some more about that bloodstain. I guess for now, we should go up to the Vista deck and take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves. The view must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome. You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder? Okay, To the pistol deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick. I know. Okay, I'll just flip the switch again, and away we go! Thank you for giving hydration. I'm gonna drink the water now. Now you can hear wind here. What a nice view, eh? Wow, look at the gorgeous view. So this is where Ellen was attacked, and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. Yeesh, one wrong step and it's splat on the ground below. Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge? Well, I don't see much of anything over there. The police investigation didn't turn up anything clues either, so maybe we don't need to. Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick? Of course not! Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Oh my god, Nick! Nick, I swear there's some life-changing evidence up there and you left it. Also, it's not like they're both Apollo and Nick are afraid of heights for some reason. I can't blame them. Heights are pretty scary. Especially my clumsy ass will find a way to fall. I think that's everything here. The candelabra, how's that? Oh, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more? What do you... Oops! What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra, and the candles slipped off. Well, let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence. Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that holds the candle is broken. What? There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra. There is? What makes you say that? Call it forensic investigators' intuition. Theme song just comes in and plays. We already tested for the prints earlier. Let's test it with luminol this time. Knowing Emma, she'd use every test that she has at the same time if she could. Just hang on. This will only take a second. I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright. Ugh. What is all that blood doing on there? The candelabra from the hold bearing fingerprints from Gloomsbury's dominant left hand. Traces of blood were found on it. Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception. Also, is it the blood, the red part, or is the luminol glowing? I assume it's the glowing luminol that's in red. It's for a red light. These pins are pretty sharp. But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. You think maybe somebody got stabbed? But nobody reported anything like that. It's quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. Oh, how about the blood here? Oh, there's not. How about the blood here? Emma, about this blood stain. Doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? That's not exactly... There's just something about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. About this bloodstain. What about it? There's something odd that's been bothering me. We already went through this! Oh yeah? What's that? Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene lift and a bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I'm thinking that maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. Mr. Gloomsbury fought back against his attacker. I guess that is a possibility. Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time? Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy. And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? It seems the blood from the lip and candelabra are from the same person. Alright, so we got confirmation of that. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't really all that much blood. But if this isn't Mr. Gloomsbury's blood, it's probably the real killers. Well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed somebody with the candelabra pen? That would explain both the huge bloodstain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness! If that's true, then that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder. It does, doesn't it? This might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Emma, could you have this blood analyzed? Sure thing. A mysterious bloodstain on the candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Except the reception hall. It might be worth taking a look around in there. The reception hall? The forensic team is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are? Well, we wouldn't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else. Good idea. We could go question some people. Especially Soren. I have quite a few questions for that guy. Sounds good, Nick. I'll have to do some legwork then. Yep. I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but he's probably home by now. Great, thanks. Later, Emma. See you later, Emma. That keycard's still gonna be on the floor there? It's right there. I'm just gonna pick that thing up. Still can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is. Just don't touch anything. I wasn't going to. You did that last time. She was definitely going to. I was told I had guests. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case, if you wouldn't mind. Soren? You're Ellen's lawyer, right? Huh? Yes, that's right. He's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me. Will Ellen be found guilty? I'm doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Would you please tell us what you know? Soren? Alright. Fine. What was that pause all about? He was just writing some notes. It's fine. It was you who gave the order for the large-scale cover-up plan, isn't that right? What large-scale cover-up? Don't play dumb with us! You held 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Ellen thought that through the power of the timekeeper you built, she traveled back in time. Ah, so that's why there were 2 wedding receptions. This motherfucker didn't even get told! This dude was like, we're doing a second one? Okay. Whatever. Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? Looks like I have to dive deeper here. Time travel. So, the cover-up scheme. That fake trip through time. You're not the one who was behind it all? Pierce Nicoti stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out. You said that. I see. I leave him in charge of everything around me. So whatever he decides is, in essence, my decision too. That's not how that works! You didn't say anything. So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up. That's none of your business. It is! We're trying to clear your wife. You were in 2 wedding receptions in a row, and still you claim to know nothing. I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. Soren! Don't you toss that at me. You toss that in my face, I will destroy you. I will rip out that book. Phoenix, dodge. Ow! Phoenix, your reflexes are so fucking slow, bro. Never mind. Oh, there's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Go away. Wow. What a wayward words. Doesn't get clearer than that, huh? He's looking especially uncooperative, but maybe I can grab his attention somehow. There's still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. Let's ever try. Let's go. Oh, whoops. It's in present. No, it's in present. Tell us about your sister. Sis. I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known. Are you really invoking his dead sister? Is like, I'm sure your sister would want this to happen. Like, what, Phoenix? What are you talking about? How rude. Is intruding on the private lives of others. Part of your job as a lawyer. Oh, I apologize? I guess showing him the picture of his sister wasn't such a good idea after all. Okay, maybe not. Not bad. What about this candelabra? Soren, have you ever actually seen this before? That's... Soren, what is it? Just funny. Look at the animation of the pen. It was going a little, the moment the mechanical pencil was just longer. Nothing. Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost, too. Oh! Soren? He just got knocked out. What the fuck? Nick, look at his stomach. He's bleeding. Oh, no. That's not good. Somebody help. Soren's collapsed. Master Soren! Get him to the hospital! Quickly now! Poor Soren. That must have been one serious wound. What is it, Nick? Oh, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. I was just thinking that maybe his injury is... Huh? What's this? It's Soren's notebook. He must have dropped it in a rush to get him to the hospital. Oh, his notebook, huh? I wonder what's written in it, don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek. Soren's notebook. What to do, what to do. Yeah, look. I feel guilty stepping around in somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look-see. Dude is dense. Won't tell us anything. Whoa. It's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he uses his notebook to write down his invention ideas. Huh? What is it? Did you find something? After March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changes dramatically. Like how? Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life. As in every. Maybe he decided to start keeping a diary. This is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary. Either he's really compulsive, or maybe he's just plain forgetful. Does he have memory loss? Is he really as simple as that? I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change. Maybe he was in a car accident and then he now has a form of memory disorder. Like, why would he write everything now? Well, why don't you let me take a look at that, and I'll tell you. Hey, Maya, let go, we'll rip it! Now look what you did. You dropped it. You should have just let me take a look. How is this my fault? Oh no. Nick. Oh, what the fuck? Ah, I fell into the pool of Soren's blood. Oh my god. Is this what cleaning this up? can't read a thing on these 2 pages now. Uh-oh. You're gonna get it now. Maya? How dare you? I'm throwing you under the bus when they tell me why this book is covered with blood. I guess it really is my fault after all. Let's just put it away carefully for now. Can't let anything else happen to it, you hear? So I'm gonna put added to the court record. That's a database-like notebook that chronicles each events of each day in minute detail. Huh? Hey, look, there's something sticking out of the notebook. Oof, way out company air dies in crash. It looks like a newspaper article. Let's see. It's about the car accident Soren's sister died in. It even happened on March 8th. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, wow. What else does it say? It says the driver at the time of the accident was Dumas Gloomsbury. The Soren was in the car too, and that he had sustained severe injuries. It's just like Pierce said. Soren completely changed after the accident. So Gloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accident. That opens up the distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Gloomsbury. You think Soren could have? I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. He doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. Look at that camera. Oh, come back to hear more about my camera, have you? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm really busy right now. Oh, what a shame. If you ever want to talk about cameras, come back and see me anytime. Sounds like even his own family members don't want to listen to him. Damn. That yellow? They changed it. Hey, Nick. Better watch out or you'll be cursed by the bouquet of woe. Oh, come on, Maya. Like, I'm gonna believe in an urban legend you just made up. Yes, back to the mooring dock? Sure hope Pierce is around here somewhere. Ah, Mr. Wright and Miss Fay. Hello, Pierce. We were just looking for you. I'm sorry, Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies. It was totally understandable, really, but shouldn't you be at his side by now? Right now? It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I am in constant contact with them. That's fair. Do not forget to give him his pain medication, and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he is not up and about. He needs complete bed rest. Is this what happens when you're too rich for normal peasant phones? I must return to Master Soren now, but did you want something from me? Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. Yeah, he dropped it in the pool of blood. His own blood. I hope Pierce doesn't notice the blood stain. Oh, thank you very much for this. I will see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back. Thank you. Soren's notebook given to Pierce. You could have actually taken out the parts with the blood stain. You've been like, bloop. I trust you did not look inside. Of course not. Because it is filled with numerous patent-worthy ideas, you say. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the case? Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren. So if you could make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it. Alright. I'll make this as quick as I can. I'd like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind. I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. Sounds like a lovely job description. I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed. Right. Sorry about the accident. Pierce, could you tell us more about this accident? Where did you find that? And did I not already tell you about the accident? You did, but you conveniently left out the crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Gloomsbury was driving the car at the time. Oh? Did I not mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then. If Mr. Gloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake? Please do not understand. Gloomsbury stayed on with the family. On Master Soren's request. What? That's the type of person Master Soren is. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selena's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moments, she thought of Master Soren. Did Soren not hold a grudge against Gloomsbury? He insisted on keeping him on? I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. Maybe he did it so he could plan this revenge? So you were present for Selena Sprocket's last moments? Yes, in my professional capacity. I accidentally happened on the way to a certain party. And what kind of party was it? It was Miss Selena's engagement party. Gloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selena's and Master Soren's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital. Wow, that was such a terrible thing happened on what was to be a day of celebration. Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through. But Miss Selena, she... Yeah. The last words Miss Selena said to me were... "Aw. Please, help Soren." Ever since then, I have attended Master Soren and tried to help him in any way I can. I see. Selena's fiance must have been devastated. Indeed. Is it you? The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great. He quit being a surgeon. He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both was he? Yes. He was Miss Selena's fiance. What a terrible tragedy. It's you, isn't it? What? Oh, so he joined a year ago. Instead of being a surgeon. Oh, so he lost. I'm assuming he lost Selena to be, even though he was a surgeon, and he was like so devastated by that, and also needed to protect Soren. And he was like, "I'm gonna be a butler instead, because being a surgeon right now is not the move. I don't need that. I just went through a traumatic experience." And so that's why he rose up so fast. Oh, awful. So where is her fiance now? Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself. That's a good way to avoid that question. Man. Oh god, he did it though, right? No, he probably tried to kill Gloomsbury. If he's the fiance, yeah. No, it's totally him then. No, I was like guessing it's either Soren or it's either Pierce. And I don't know, Soren's a little antisocial to be planning a murder. I wouldn't say antisocial. He's just like I don't know if he really has murder on the mind right now. So all the leads point to Pierce. He probably did it because he's like, that motherfucker killed my fiance. So Selena had a fiance. I'd like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find him anytime soon. Just look in front of you. Oh, hello, Briz. So, are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going. Could you please just tell me a little more about Soren? There is nothing more to tell. I can't seem to get any real answers out of him just by asking him questions. But there is that piece of evidence I don't know much about. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something about it. Last time I presented this, a man started bleeding, so, what about this? Pierce, have you ever seen this candelabra before? For a second, I thought that was the wrong question. No. I don't believe I know anything about it. Yeah, it kind of goes. My Magatama reacted. Pierce might be trying to hide something from me. I have to break those psych locks and find out what. Do we have enough information? Probably. We'll try. Alright, let's give it a shot. Pierce, you're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you? Let me just clean out my monocle. It is one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Is there something special about it? Actually, yes. There's some blood in it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Take that! What happened with the candelabra and Soren, though? Did Soren try to get in the way of the murder, and then Pierce accidentally stabbed him or something? Soren has a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he? Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured. Are any of the other people involved with this case injured? No, not as far as I know. I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Soren could have been more directly involved than you're letting on? What in the world would make you think that? Well, I've got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on the candelabra's stem, which leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Soren with it. You cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for the murder. I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment. I do believe he had motive. This proves that Soren had a motive to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. Take that! Like that? Even though it was an accident, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sister away. Let us suppose the Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that it had anything to do with this case? He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason. Sorry, but I can't prove it was related to this case. Oh, really? Soren stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected. Are they not? This is the piece of evidence that ties Soren's injury to Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Take that blood on the floor. A bloodstain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and the Vista deck. Its blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you that this information is correct. This bloodstain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows us that Soren was there during the crime. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Soren was at the scene of the crime. You are very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well. I will tell you everything. Will you now? Will you tell me that my theory is correct? I'm gonna find out. Here's the secret. Could you tell me about Soren's injury? Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmise, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That's when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went after Gloomsbury. So Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he? Yes, that's correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrived at the scene, Bloomsbury had already been murdered. So Pierce is saying that Soren was at the crime scene. That he didn't have anything to do with the murder himself. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me? I'm very sorry. Master Soren's injury and Bloomsbury's murder were not directly related. So I decided not to mention it, so as not to unnecessarily complicate the investigation.
Bullshit!
Nada. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me. Thank you for your time. You should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us all the a lot of time. Yeah, but I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler after all. He sure didn't make our job any easier though, did he? At least we learned something new. Soren was at the scene of the crime. That's true. One step forward is better than none. So, what next, Nick? Let's see. The forensic team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out. Sounds like a plan. Looks like the police are done with their investigation here. I wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now. Oh, hi, Mr. Wright. What up, Emma? Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we investigate in this room now? Sure. The police are all done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfect dark. Restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work. Sounds like a repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too. Well, I have to be getting back to the station. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can help it. We'll be careful. I'll be seeing you. Bye, Emma, and thank you. Well, shall we get started? We examine the place once again. Yeah, a big clock. Well, that's a new thing. What is that? Sparkly ass. This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. Guess it's in police custody by now. Huh? What's this? A key? Let's ask the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell us something. Excuse me. Could I ask you a question? Oh, of course! What would you like to know? Do you know anything about this key? It's the key that starts up the timekeeper. A startup key? That's right. Oh. The first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together... Oh, how romantic it was! Key of love. Heart-shaped key used to activate the timekeeper. First startup of love ceremony. What exactly did that entail? Oh, it's a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake-cutting ceremony. What are these symbols of their love you mentioned? Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. I'm sorry. I better get back to my work. It looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it. Hey, I think the tablecloth's new. They must have changed it since yesterday. Huh? How can you tell? Because the food stains that were there are now gone. I should have known it's because it's food related. It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it? Yeah, I view. If only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could have really enjoyed it. True. It must be tough for the maids to have to work on a beautiful day like today. Oh, we don't mind. Whoa, I didn't think you could hear me way over there. We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping away all the sadness stuck to this airship. Wow, talk about devoted. I guess we've checked out everything of interest in this area. There's that bowl. Nick! What's wrong, Lyle? This hasn't moved an inch since last time we looked at it. It would be pretty creepy if it had. Look, we're in the middle of an important investigation, so try not to shout, okay? I was just hoping it had changed somehow, you know, so it would be more interesting. The last thing we need is for things to get more interesting. Let's see. Hello, sculpture. Here's the broken lantern all patched up. And I do mean patched. Can you sit in this? Emma said this was some of her best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it. It was pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. Well, she gets an A for effort at any rate. Huh? This wheel handle on the back has some blood on it. Oh! Looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Maybe the blood got there when the killer was putting old Doom and Gloom's body inside. Do you see anything else worth noting? Now there's one of these lanterns over there. So it might be a good idea to really compare the two later. Lantern in which the victim's body was found. Emma restored it, but something still seems off. The unbroken peggable lantern. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they look exactly the same, more that they're made up from the same parts. Wait a minute. What is it, Maya? I think there's something off about this peggable. Just about everything about it looks off to me. I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. Show me the restored paint lanterns again. Hey, I know. It's this, right? What? Where? Thing about the restored lantern that's off is the... Angel of the wings! I've got it. The angle of the wing is different. And it's attached all wrong. Well done, Nick. I could have told you that. I mean, there's something more subtle. Something that feels slightly off. You know what I mean? No, not really. Still, maybe it is. The color of the wheel handle. Look, the wheel handle. It's a different color altogether. Yeah, that's odd. Emma got inside and outside. At the inside and outside wheel handles switch around. Oh, well, you're right. There's blood here on this handle as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. That must be Gloomsbury as he was inside, dying. Right, which means that the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. You think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? It's really hard to say at this point. Excuse me, is the fog machine ready to use now? No, I'm afraid not. We only put dry ice in it when there's an actual reception. I see. That's too bad. She still wants to blast me with a cloud of smoke, doesn't she? It's valid. Hello. Can I go see, Sorry now. Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. Shall we open it up and see? Wait, please don't go down that. It's the emergency escape hatch. It leads directly outside. You'll fall to your death. Phew, that was a close one, huh, Maya? I'll say. Phew. Well, I think we've checked out everything relevant to this case. What are you two doing here? Wait, what are you doing here? Is it Larry? Soren? Aren't you at the hospital? Soren, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured. How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook. What's the matter with him? My notebook. I have to have. Master Soren. Master Soren. I told you to stay in bed. My notebook. Here you go. Did you good? Yes. This is it. Soren gets emotionally unstable without the notebook of his? Please don't notice the blood. Looks like he's calmed down now. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I cannot allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open up again? He needs to rest. I guess you're right. Now, if you'll excuse us... Master Soren, let us retire. Alright. There they go. Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned. Well, let's go back to the agency and sort through what we've learned. Already? Feel like it's been so not that long of an investigation. We're back. Anybody here? Oh, hi, boss. I changed into this outfit. Yeah, that's good to know. Dina? I thought you were with Trucy. I guess you could say that. I'm taking a short break. But enough about me. What about the investigation? Did you find out anything? Well, it turns out that the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket. What? Really? I always thought he seemed suspicious. Thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, the murder had already occurred, apparently. No way! I don't buy that. Not for a second. It's a cover-up. A cover-up, I tell you! That's certainly a possibility. Oh, I skipped that, my bad. As a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility I have to pursue. But what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it. Just do it! Just do it! Okay, Dina, we need to get you off the internet. Yeah, but is that really what's best for Ellen? Soren could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead. Oh man, either way, it sure does spell out happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do, Mr. Wright? Can't let an innocent person get convicted. So I guess all I can't really do is pursue the truth. Even if it ends up devastating Ellen. What a tough call to make. Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial and save their marriage. I hope so. I really do. Well, let's go. Break the news to Ellen, you mean? Yep. Mr. Wright, please take me with you. I bet I could help you counsel Ellen through this piece of bad news. Adina, I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be? Do I? There she is. I need more water. Athena, what are you doing here? Also take a break. Soon. It's a stretch. We're about to end the investigation, I assume, once we talk to Ellen. I've been looking all over for you. Come on now. Let's get back to practicing. No. Wait. My body can't take anymore. You gotta help me. The lawyer always keeps her promises, Athena. But boss. If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm gonna use a real blade on you. Jesus! Turned into a murderer. Sorry, Athena, but somebody's gotta do it. Better than you and me, though. Hang in there, kiddo. What a dick. Come on, Maya. We better get going. To the detention center. You're not gonna like this, Ellen. Hello, Ellen. How did your investigation go, Mr. Wright? Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Soren with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. I was afraid that he'd come under suspicion if I told you, so I kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Ellen, I'm afraid I have to make a very difficult decision based on what I found out. What kind of decision? This is very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren. What? In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit. No! Soren is innocent! No! But don't you see? If I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No. No! Please, Ellen, calm down. Maybe we should have got Athena. Soren just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather be found guilty instead. Ellen, you can't let yourself think like that. But, no! Marriage is for life, right? Do you really think you can run away from the truth and still be truly happy with him? You're not married, how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. But, Nick, you talk to her. I can't do this. I'm not a therapist. Hey, don't just dump this all on me. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent. And Soren is too. So please, prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in the court tomorrow. And thus, the investigation is over. Would this be 3 court days? I doubt it. Let me just leave it on some music here. 8:50 a.m. The one thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there. The thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there at the crime scene. I only hope I can get some testimony from him that'll get to the heart of the matter. Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the result of today's trial. Nevertheless... Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route! Soren is innocent! He can't be found guilty! Take me instead! Ellen, please! Try and get hold of yourself! You got it? Yeah, go to the routine. Oh, never mind, you just did it in one go. Good job. I believe in Soren with all my heart. So how dare you doubt him? She walked away. Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's gonna be devastating for Ellen, isn't it? Something tells me it won't be either of them. We'll just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know? The trial is about to begin, Mr. Wright. Alright. Let's go, Maya. Yeah. September 23rd. All rise.
Court is back in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt.
The defense is looking fabulous, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Right, what the fuck are you wearing?
Let's see now. Where were we?
In yesterday's session, we found out about the Sprocket family's conspiracy to cover up the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury with a second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense as usual made a nonsensical claim. As usual. Namely that there was a third person present who struck the victim. I think we're gonna bring up the time travel. Hey! Don't try to make it sound like I made it all up. The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person. And further investigation has only proven her statement to be true.
Now, I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person. Is that all right with you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict that the defense will most likely attempt to name Mr. Soren Sprocket as the true culprit. How did you... The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket had a motive to murder Mr. Gloomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is it not, Mr. Wright? Am I that transparent? Come now, Mr. Wright, do you really think the police wouldn't uncover this information? Maybe. Congrats on getting it in one, Mr. Edgeworth. Hold it! But... Ellen... You're wrong. Soren didn't do it. He's innocent. Miss Wyatt, please. He's innocent! I tell you! What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought your claim about the existence of a third person came from the defendant. It did. It's just a minor hiccup.
Did you not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright?
We have, but she doesn't like it. Starting off on the wrong foot again is seriously cutting into my lifespan. It would appear that the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Soren Sprocket to the stand. What?
He's been injured. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket to the witness stand.
How you doing, Mr. Sprocket? Sorry I had to bring you up here after your injury. Want to tell us about that, though?
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, goddammit. Is he gonna give it to the judge? Ooh, it's gonna go to me?
Oh! There's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Soren Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answers in words, not paper airplanes.
Does it say anything? Now then, Mr. Sprocket. Please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of the crime. Well, Mr. Sprocket?
Don't you fucking dog me.
Mr. Sprocket! All right. You want me to talk about what happened and when the crime occurred. In other words, after the first wedding reception. When Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right? Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum. That's most witnesses. Come on, tell the truth. I was stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall, and I collapsed to the floor. Next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. When I got there, Dumas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense. I think he really believes it. Wait just a minute, here. You actually think Miss Wyatt killed the victim? That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride? The woman you love? He does not like doing it.
Objection!
Objection! The truth can be cruel. Miss Wyatt, you must be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say? Jesus Christ, no! No. I can't believe this. Soren. I thought that at least you would believe in me. The best way now is to show your love for your groom, is to admit your guilt and try to atone. Soren.
Hold it!
Hold it! This is bad. You need to roll this back. Mr. Edgeworth, I haven't even cross-examined a witness yet. And quit picking on the clearly distraught. Yeah, that's not cool, Mr. Edgeworth. We're not going to invite you to the dinner now. Court is where we seek the truth. And the truth is unyielding, even to the truly pitiful. Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry. Oh, to your honor, I'm just trying my best. It's for my job. Why did you all call me here? I should have just gotten fucking Blackwell to do this. So what are you gonna do, Nick? The third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Soren. And we have to prove Soren was there at the time of the murder. I don't see any obvious inconsistencies in his testimony, but we have to push forward. Alright. What does Soren remember? Poor girl, though. She's like, oh, great, my husband has now just accused me of a murder I did not do.
Hold it!
Please tell me everything you can about when you got stabbed. After the reception, Ellen and I were enjoying a moment alone in the reception hall. Then Dumas appeared and stabbed me. I grabbed Ellen and the timekeeper and left the reception hall. Did Mr. Gloomsbury say anything at the time? I don't remember. After I was stabbed, I was immobilized by the pain. I see.
Hold it!
On the Vista deck. The Vista deck, huh? But it was nighttime then. Could you really see them in the darkness? The moon was out, so I could see them clearly. From the looks of it, Dumas was trying to push Ellen and the timekeeper off the side. So you saw the defendant about to be thrown off the airship, you say? That's right. In such a desperate situation, it would only be natural for her to fight for her life, and the murder weapon was right there within her grasp. This isn't going well at all. Gotta do something fast. Can we still plead accidental death?
Hold it!
Hold it. I understand that your bride was in danger, but were you really able to move with a stab wound in the gut? I was desperately trying to push the pain out of my mind. I see. So the adrenaline kicked in and gave you the strength, is that right? I don't see much of anything in this statement I can refute. That's right. I almost passed out several times as I made my way to the Vista deck.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket? That by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed? Yes. But the Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass windows in the reception hall. Shouldn't you have been able Shouldn't you have been able to get there right away?
Objection!
What was the shake? Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vista deck is to go to the hold and take the lift. Really? Oh, I actually did wonder about that because there's a glass window. I wonder if you could just get in. So he had to. Oh. So that's why you couldn't see anything. He had to take the lift there. No matter how much one hurries, it would take at least 10 minutes. 10 whole ass minutes! Ugh. That's unhelpful. But someone had to have gotten there before the murder. Well, my claim won't stand. Do you have any ideas for me, Maya? It's definitely easier to prove that someone did go to the hold than not. I mean, you can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right? Can't leave anything. Wait a minute. I think Maya's onto something here. The lack of certain something actually proves that Soren didn't go to the hold. What's the matter? Are you stumped already? No, I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Mr. Sprocket didn't go to the hold. Huh. You and your paper-thin bluffs. Mr. Sprocket's bloodstain on the lift proves he went to the hold. So what possible proof could you have that he did not, in fact, go through there? I mean, he was bleeding everywhere. Wouldn't he leave like a trail of blood? You want proof? I got it. If you knew this, Phoenix, there's gotta be proof that Soren didn't go through the hold. Well, Mr. Wright. This proves that Mr. Sprocket didn't go through the hold. Okay, key cards. Ah. L and Y was the last one, isn't it? Yeah, that's right, that one too. That's a proof that he didn't go.
Take that!
As anyone can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Soren Sprocket entering the hold. The defense asserts that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck. You can assert all you want, Mr. Wright, but can you actually prove another route exists? Can I prove the existence of another route to the Vista deck, you ask? I don't think that yet. I don't think we have anything like that. I legit don't think. Although Larry's trying. Oh my god. If it's what I think it is. But the plane was in the hold. You have to go there anyway, right? Unless the plane was somewhere else. I can do it. I can prove it. If it's just a bluff, I have to present something. Anything that can prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show us how Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck. Mr. Sprocket made for the Vista deck through here. Oh, the emergency drop. To save his bride from danger, Mr. Sprocket. Oh. What a Chad. Opened the escape hatch and made his way along the outside wall to the Vista deck. Listen, he may not believe his wife, but motherfucker, he was like, I think this is the faster way. He opened, while his gut is bleeding, he opens the fucking escape hatch and is like, alright, time to crawl outside. Good lord. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? Way to fucking go. Whoops. Woo. That would certainly be a much faster route than to the Vista deck.
Objection!
Objection. I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you could muster? That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get from the reception hall to the Vista deck. One slip, and that's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge to his death.
I have to agree. The defense's claim is really stretching it.
Hold it. I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitively say that he didn't go that way.
That's what you're going with then, I take it?
Of course, Your Honor.
This is real life, Mr. Wright, not some cinematic drivel or comic book. Why can't you believe? Do you have some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim?
I do. You see, not the victim, Soren Sprocket here is the Phantom. Dun dun dun. He's back. He didn't die. Are you sure, Nick? Kind of. Actually, I have nothing. So I'll just have to wing it somehow.
On what do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way alongside on the outside?
My theory that he was able to go along the outside wall despite the danger is based on the power of love, baby. I'm going with the power of love. To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to her side. Mr. Sprocket was able to make it to the Vista deck despite the danger. Because of the power of love.
The power of love? That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacle. I think I can relate. Makes my own long, happy marriage.
Wow, he actually seems to be buying it.
Objection! Objection! The power of love, you say? That's kind of illogical. Argument is hardly viable in the court of law. I mean, I love you, but I would not survive that, you dumbass. Would you agree, Your Honor? I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get which I won't!
It's already technically a dad.
Exactly what is wrong with wishing to remain unwed?
Way to set him off, Your Honor.
Never mind all this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime... there was huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the Vista deck.
I may have forgotten about that. Whoopsie.
Even if a person were to go outside through the hatch... they'd be blown away in an instant. What does your power of love get you now, Mr. Wright? A huge spinning propeller, you say? Yeah, no. I don't love answer more than that. He'd be fucking dead. In that case, I would have to admit, it does seem impossible.
I should have known. Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Right?
Right.
I feel like you just saw Mia looking out at me through Maya's eyes. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you keeping at me like a giant sunfish? Thank you, Maya. You just helped me remember something really important. There it is. There's that fearless smile that I was looking for. I gave us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do. Turn my thinking around. Instead of wondering how Soren could have moved past that huge propeller, I have to think about what would have made it possible for him to do so.
Your Honor, Mr. Wright only makes that ridiculous face when his back is the wall.
Okay, but why does bro know that? I've seen this out of context so many times. From that one tweet. Hold it! I didn't get to read that.
Oh, whoops. Therefore, please do hurry and give your ruling before... Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth.
First of all, why would you say that in front of everybody? Please don't reveal that. Second of all, it's still far too early to discount my theory.
What are you talking about? The airship's large spinning propellers have already shredded it to pieces.
But if we still think a little more outside the box, I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it.
Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright, and show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all. I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well then, Your Honor. There must have been a way. Some way that Soren could move alongside the wall, in spite of the propeller.
Now then, Mr. Wright, what specifically would have made it possible?
This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. Ship wasn't flying. Maybe it wasn't. He hasn't told us anything. Motherfucking damn it, sorry. They could have stopped it after the reception was over, and then they were like, we have to make it fly again. Or they just stopped it flying. The airship wasn't flying. What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers? Is the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime.
The location of the flying chapel? Wasn't it flying high in the sky?
No, Your Honor. I'm afraid it wasn't.
What? Where was it?
At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but moored to the ground.
What?
And if the airship wasn't flying, then that means the propellers weren't turning. Okay, not as cool as I thought it was. You probably just opened the hatch and was like, I'm just gonna walk outside and then slowly move and then just climb up and then like, I'm here, honey. Oh god. In which case, opens it up. Probably just walked. Mr. Sprocket could have gone to the Vista deck along the outside wall. Actually, probably, it's still a big ass deck, so he still had to shimmy. Never mind, it's still pretty cool. It's not flying in the air like 1,000 feet high, but if he does fall, then he fucked it up, and he probably would have broken a leg at least. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? What the, what the fuck? I don't remember. Ow, he stabbed himself with his pencil? That's gonna leave a mark.
Objection!
Dude, how did you do that? Even if the propellers weren't turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way. Ah, but Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love. Yes, the amazing power of love. Oh my fucking god, not this again! Very well. For the sake of argument, let's assume this so-called power of love made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move along the outside wall of the airship. Can you prove that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright? Well, I don't have any evidence that proves where the airship was at the time. You can prove it, can't you? Maya, can you think of anything we can use to prove it? Can't say that I can. Oh, wait. Didn't somebody see something outside the window at the time of the crime? I think I remember someone saying as much. Do I have a piece of evidence that shows what was outside the airship? Well, what are you waiting for? This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the crime. Larry, you're here to help me. Where? I think I skipped it. Where the hell is this? I really can't find this. Top zero photo. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I couldn't see it, because I was expecting it to be bigger. Like, very small. What's wrong with me? Anyway.
Take that!
Losing my mind. This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the murder. What kind of lousy drawing is that? That's a drawing made by Larry Butts. Huh. And what can you prove with that poor attempt at artistry? Hey man, what the fuck? Larry made this drawing before he switched the lanterns. So it must have been right around when the murder was being committed. Now, if I could direct the court's attention here.
Is that a pterodactyl? Does this mean that the airship actually went back in time to the Cretaceous period? Objection! We've already proven that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not? We did. I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows us an important piece of information. It shows us that the airship was actually moored to the ground. But what makes you so sure? That's easy. All you have to do is consider who made this drawing. The man with an active imagination. Larry. That's right. It was Mr. Butts. And we both know what he's like. He must have seen something else and mistaken it for a pterodactyl. I can't argue with you there. Hold it! Are you here? He didn't call you. Hey, wait! Just one doggone second here. What kind of moron you guys take me for? I saw with my own eyes. A pterodactyl flew right by the window, I tell you. I have the sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me? No. Nick? Nope. Some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave this courtroom, bailiff, if you would. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Let's go. He doesn't believe me. Listen, just be happy that your drawing is being an important piece of evidence. Don't take it personally, Larry. I know you're just being, well, you. Now then, so you were saying that what Mr. Butts really saw bears some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. At least I think it does. What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. Yeah, better anyway. If it doesn't, my whole argument is a bust. If you're not confident about it, then please go ahead and tell us what it really was. How many options do I get? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, okay. Pink Phoenix. What could that pterodactyl actually have been? So it has to be one of these cabin windows, right? Or down there. Didn't something crash in here? This represents the thing that crashed into it and maybe flew by and it was like, woo! Take that! It was a car, wasn't it? Please take a good look at this sign. Not the sign. It appears to have been broken. Broken, then unrepaired. Oh, wait. Does that look like a pterodactyl in itself? But what does this sign have to do with the pterodactyl? Please focus on this part of the sign. Oh my god. The part that broke off. The particle broke off and reattached. What about it? How about if we turn it like this? Don't ask me to turn this again. Thank you. Oh, that's a shape! It's a pterodactyl in the drawing! What Mr. Butts actually saw was this chunk of... as it was being blown through the air by wind. What?! Maybe it flew super high in the sky, you don't know. On the day of the murder, there were some heavy winds in the area of the mooring dock. But it's hard to imagine that this sign would break it up as high as an airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the mooring dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Objection!
Objection! That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. What? Present all the proof you want, but your argument is based far too much in conjecture. What if we return to reality now? What do you mean, too much conjecture? Oh, whoops, I clicked that. I was like, what's going on? Taking a lot of load? Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove that witness went along the wall. True. Even now, it's no more than a possibility.
How do you propose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth? I noticed something as I went over the evidence. Please take a look at this hold entry record. What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket listed on here anywhere. Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument. Did we? Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defendant's key card to enter the hold. Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we? In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record, it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card. Ah! Yeah. Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hold with Mr. Nicody, didn't you? I did. What? Why did you tell us that in the first place? We went through this entire thing. It's all useless now. But Pierce is indispensable. I didn't want to mention him unnecessarily and risk having him wrongly accused. I couldn't do without him. Mr. Sprocket, I saw you testify in greater detail about your movements that night. Bro, we wasted like 30 minutes on that entire premise that you went outside the thing. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over. That being said, he was really nervous about the story that I told, so it has to be some kernel of truth in there, right? Well, this doesn't help me out one bit. Mr. Sprocket, you've concealed information from us time and time again. Who do you think you are, treating this court of law with such irreverence? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you give us just now. Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear on the entry record. There are no more inconsistencies in the witness's testimony. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. He never leaves the loose end dangling. You okay, Nick? I wouldn't exactly call this situation okay. Somehow I have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him. If I even can, that is. So we have to press him. Press that Geiger counter of his.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Nicody to fall under suspicion. Is that because he has something to hide? I just don't want the police to take up his time with all their questions. That's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him. I see. Wow, it sounds like Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyway, getting back to your statement. When did you meet up with Mr. Nicody? We met up on my way to the Vista deck. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on another floor. But Pierce heard the commotion and came running to my aid. You could hear the pandemonium all the way from another floor? Yeah, it's a pretty good soundtrack in the Final Fantasy XIV's raid series. Pandemonium. It's just trying to rave down there. You know. Mr. Wright, would you like the current statement added to the witness's testimony? Yes. Like a craziness. How can you hear that? Yes, please, Your Honor. Pretty well. I mean, I guess if you squint, I can't show him, but Bloomsbury does kind of look like La Habrea. Pierce heard a commotion, and he came running. Uh. So from the hall all the way from the cabins? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna use that, I guess.
Objection!
Objection! Your Honor, the witness's statement contains a glaring contradiction. This is a piece of evidence that says it all. Will it start saying something anytime soon, Mr. Wright? It's not speaking up at all, is it? Maybe it's being shy.
Hold it!
Oh, I'm just pressing this. Did Mr. Nicody come alone? I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many. He may say there were others, but seeing how they pulled that second reception off, I can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see. So you, Mr. Nicody, and a few others headed to the Vista Deck, is that right? That's right.
Hold it!
Your name doesn't appear on the hold entry record? Because you entered with Mr. Nicody using his keycard. That's right. So I guess the hold entry record doesn't matter as much as we thought. But now that Soren's saying he was with Pierce and a few others, it's pretty tough to refute that statement. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Can't cut your tongue? Did you finally realize there's no point in continuing this trial any longer? Of course not! I'll wipe that smug look on your face. Off your face. Mr. Sprocket, please continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
Speaking of your injury, how are you doing now? The knife wound is deep, and it continues to strop with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared. One wrong move would have spelled the end for me there. Even so, I've seen you up and about all over the place since the incident. I'm only following my doctor's orders to perform some daily light exercises. Mr. Wright, would you like Mr. Sprocket's statement about his condition added to his testimony? Not that it appears especially relevant to me. Sure. Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to have it added. I see. Very well. The knife wound is quite deep and continues to draw with pain. Oh, knife. Wasn't it a candelabra?
Hold it!
But we'll just press this anyway. Your injury was really that deep. Luckily, it missed my internal organs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive right now. According to his doctor, his injury will take about 3 weeks to heal. There's no way someone with that kind of injury could have gone along the outside wall. He might have been able to with the burst of adrenaline brought on by the pain. Huh. Adrenaline. Is that your answer for everything? In a court of law, the only thing that matters is evidence, not rampant speculation. At least admitted scientific rampant speculation. May I continue? I know you're having a little lover's spat right now, but yes, of course. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over.
Hold it!
So you still insist that you reached the Vista Deck after the murder occurred? Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Well, they must have killed him. There's no other explanation. I guess whether Pierce was with Soren or not doesn't change the outcome. I guess not. In fact, more witnesses actually make it worse for us. So another cover-up, huh? That Soren has too many secrets. I bet he's still hiding other things too. It's definitely a possibility. In a situation like this, well, we have to go do is go back to the basics. I mean, go over the testimony and check any lies or inconsistencies. You got it. Alright, Nick, let's go for it. That is not a knife, sir. You did not get injured by a knife. It's right here. It's red.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Sprocket, you said your injury is a knife wound, didn't you? But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra. A fact I know you're quite aware of. Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Sworn himself. As you surmised, Master Sworn was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Sworn went on to stop him, and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Mr. Sworn was stabbed with a candelabra, he said. Objection. It must have been a simple memory slip that made him misspeak. It happens to everyone. It was nothing to do with the case. Damn it. You must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute. I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake. But I contend that it's an important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing I gotta go after. And I say it's not important. No, let's not waste any more time on this matter. I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse every now and then.
Hold it!
Hold it! But Your Honor, please let me explain. But can you? Can you really explain to this court what makes this slip up so important? Yes, I can, Your Honor. After all, it was Sworn himself who told Pierce that he had been stabbed by a candelabra. This is more than a simple memory slip. There has to be some kind of reason for it. Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness's slip of the tongue is so important. The point to focus here is why the witness would mistake the weapon used to stab him. Be careful, Phoenix. This could very well change the course of the trial. I see. So why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright? Mr. Sprocket identified the wrong weapon used against him because he has no memory of it. He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, but I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder. Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony thus far is invalid.
Objection!
Objection! Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your baseless claim is nothing but pure slander of the witness's character. Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim? Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Soren has said, how he's behaved. That's where we'll find a clue. Very well. Let's hear your argument then. My grounds for claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is his notebook. The notebook he always has with him. I saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it. Like a diary, perhaps? A little more intense. No, Your Honor, it's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. It's more in the order of a database, actually. A database, you say? That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes every little detail of his life down in his notebook.
Objection!
Objection! How could you possibly know that for sure? He just might be an extremely compulsive person. I mean, it is possible, I guess. I thought so too myself at first. To be honest, we accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday. You mean you got a stain on it? Hey, you're the one who tried to grab it out of my...
Objection!
Objection! Would you never mind whose fault it was. Just get to the point already. Right. Sorry. Mr. Sprocket. The page Miss Faye got a stain on yesterday. Miss Faye got a stain on yesterday. What a dick. That's the page with the details of your stabbing on it, isn't it? Yeah, I got a stain on it, you jackass. No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Drop the subject already. Sorry, but I'm not convinced. I noticed an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you used to write down invention ideas, but after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more, and in much more detail. Oh. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date. Something so monumental, it caused a memory disorder, Mr. Wright. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but I do. I do know what I'm talking about. And this is the proof. This is the thing that caused Mr. Sprocket's memory disorder.
Take that!
You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? And the shock of losing your beloved older sister is what caused you to develop your memory disorder. Is this true, Mr. Sprocket? Well, is it? Mr. Sprocket! It's true. That accident did something to my mind. What? Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. It's like 50 first dates. And when I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. It's as if I'm constantly going back in time. Ah. What? That's truly tragic. An inconsolable time traveler who goes back to time whenever he goes to sleep. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know? But you wouldn't understand. Oh my god, the plot of this was time travel, but it's really just 50 first dates, but with murder. No! That's so sad. That was a good movie. One of the very few good Adam Sandler movies. And that's what Soren meant. He was talking about himself. The reactions of the people around me each time I awoke made me aware of my condition. That's why I decided to write everything down in my notebook, so I could move forward. So the only memories you have since that day are the ones written in that notebook. That's right. And since the pages about your stabbing got stained, you couldn't read from it, could you? Sorry about that. There's just one more thing I'd like you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are your feelings toward the victim? Mr. Sprocket's feelings towards Dumas Gloomsbury? That's right, Your Honor. The witness said that every time he awakes from his sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died. Mr. Wright, you can't mean... And he knows who did it. Mr. Sprocket! Your pent-up feelings of anger and resentment towards Mr. Gloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you woke, were they not? But you couldn't take it anymore, so you turned to murder. Isn't that right? What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered Mr. Gloomsbury for revenge? Well, Mr. Sprocket, both of these guys are trying to get the wrong person accused of murder. Like an Edgeworth with Ellie, and goodness, Phoenix with Soren. Alright, hold it! Miss Wyatt. Your Honor? I did it. I killed Mr. Gloomsbury. No, Ellen! Stop! No! What? She's lying to protect him. This is a lie. Ah, fuck.
Miss Wyatt, what are you trying to do?
Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead.
Ellen, please, try to get a hold of yourself. I guess she really meant it.
My Soren didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted.
We don't understand that you're confessing your guilt. No, no, no! Now wait just a minute here. Hold it. Ellen, why would you cover for me? After I testified that I thought you must have killed them.
I'll admit, I couldn't believe my ears at first. But all I want is for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Soren.
But without my notebook, I'd even forget those feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that, do you still feel this way?
You've loved me all this time, the same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you're the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that.
Ellen. Oh. Your Honor, there are two things I'd like to correct. Two corrections? What are they?
First of all, I want to withdraw one of my statements.
That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. He's withdrawing it. He believes in her.
Without memories to rely on,
I took the police completely at their word. You can't be serious. Edgeworth, did you plant that on him?
So that means Soren never really doubted Ellen in the first place, did he, Nick?
Ellen really does love Soren with all her heart. But in order to save her, I'll still have to go after Soren. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen. And what is your other correction, Mr. Sprocket?
The truth is,
I never felt anger or resentment towards Dumas about my sister.
what? Why not?
That's because the one who caused the car accident was me.
Huh?
What?!
What's happening?
Order! Order in the court! Please continue, Mr. Sprocket.
I'm the one who killed my sister. To protect my career and my future, my father and made Dumas take the blame.
In exchange for money and the position of lead servant.
No!
Clipping of a newspaper article about Selena Sprocket's car accident. Soren was the one driving.
So you see, Dumas must have held a grudge against me. Not the other way around. And he must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me.
Are you sure about all this, Mr. Sprocket?
Very sure.
It's all been written down in detail in my notebook.
Oof. That notebook is an important evidence supplying background to this case. I must insist you submit it as evidence.
Database like notebook that chronicles the events of each day in minute detail.
The lawyer said I had turned to murder, but that's just not true. However, it is true that my older sister and Dumas are both dead because of me and my negligence. I just glanced through Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he was stabbed due to the bloodstain. But what's written here about his sister's car accident is exactly as he stated. Your Honor, as long as it matches what is written in that notebook, can we still take the witness's testimony as valid, in spite of his memory disorder? Yes, I believe we can. I understand now that the witness's memory is in disarray. But if what Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in this notebook is true, then that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reached the scene, the victim had already been killed.
Damn it!
That's right. I'm still in the same bind as before. But should I really simply accept the contents of the notebook?
as a substitute for Soren's memory. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Will you accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as the official representation of his memories? I mean, he probably changed it. No. Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy. Very well. Be quick about it. Thank you, Your Honor. So how should we examine? Well, we're not like linguistics here. Well, we should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious. Look at all the angles. Wow. There's no point if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. With your permission, Soren, here I go. Yeah. Yikes. Sorry about that. Oh, it's just a page Maya got all... It's just a page that Maya got all stained. Yeah, Maya. But I guess it's not going to be very helpful at this moment. I'll keep going. Yeah, there it is. It's a ripped page. This is the last page where there's writing. Something about this page doesn't sit right with me. Is it what I think it is? Grab Ellen when convenient and send her off from the Vista deck. Maybe. I better take a closer look. Like the fucking giant rip here? I could have just said it is a rip here. Huh? A page has been torn out, and it looks like there was something written on it. Is that the most recent page? It looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocket, do you know what was written on it? Oh, that. I often tear out a page when I write somebody a note. I probably wrote something down for somebody, tore it out, and gave it to them. Oh yeah, he does do that. Totally forgot. Oh yeah. That's all stuff done.
Objection!
Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page. But now that the page has been torn out, how can we determine what was written there? Well... Let's see, to find out what was written in the notebook, we should hold it up to a light, heat it with a lighter, use fingerprint powder. That could work, I guess. Does light work? Hold it up to a light? I know. We should hold the notebook up to a light. What do you think? What are you flailing about over there for, Mr. Wright? No, just wait a minute, Your Honor. I just need a little bit more time to... Mr. Wright, this court does not accept answers in the form of pantomime. I don't want to hold it up to a lighter. I think the judge misinterpreted my movements. Let's see. Use fingerprint powder. I'm afraid lighter would burn it, but I get where he's going with. Since there's like indents in the paper, we could figure it out that way. If we use fingerprint powder on the notebook, we might be able to see what was written. Fingerprint powder? Well, how would that help us find out what was written there? Well, if the writing left indentations on the blank page behind it, fingerprint powder could make those small indentations visible to the naked eye. Oh, stop. Fingerprint powder would only sully the notebook further. Mr. Wright, if you use that powder and still don't find anything, then you must accept the notebook as a representation of the witness's memories. Alright, Your Honor. I understand. If I don't find anything, it's all over anyway. Powder, don't fail me now. I will now use fingerprint powder on the blank page to find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. First I'll apply some fingerprint powder to these pages with X. And I've dusted on them, I will blow with the triangle button. Switch to Analyze with L1. Confirm. Just fingerprint it over.
Oh, there's more to this. Oh, there's way more to this. Dumas took the what? Dumas took Ellen to the Vista deck. It looks like I didn't get quite enough fingerprint pattern on the page. I guess Spirit does a little more. Wait, is there more? Wait, there's obviously this. I struck it. Oh no! Says I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page. What? It can't be. Hold it. I don't believe it. There has to be some kind of mistake. Soren would never, could never. Oh no, she fainted. Miss White. Bailiff, you should have defended to the infirmary at once. She good? Girl? Apparently the defendant got too worked up. She's resting in the infirmary as we speak. Now then, please continue, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The notebook is all Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. This critical page torn out. Not even Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he'd done. I'm the one who killed Dumas. So it was Dylan. Thank goodness. Mr. Sprocket, does this mean you were at the crime scene during the murder after all? I guess I must have been. But Mr. Sprocket, can we really believe what's written in this notebook? Nobody touches this notebook but me. And when I sleep, it's under lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Dumas, but I guess I must have. Well, now that we have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict. Of all the... Yes, Your Honor. Please give your ruling now, while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman I love to be set free as soon as possible. Soren really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he? That's right, no. Someone had the notebook before, while he was recovering from his injuries. Yeah. So this is how it ends. Is that how it really went down? There's really no way for them both to be happy? I know we should consider anything written in the notebook to be truth, but still. I must have wrote of the crime in my notebook. No further proof is necessary. Soren himself wrote it on in his notebook? Wait a minute. Very well. I will now give my verdict. Ellen is about to be found not guilty, and Soren will be convicted for the crime instead. And yet, am I really ready for the judge to give his ruling? No! No. Not when there's still one more avenue left to explore. This court finds the defendant Ellen Wright. Hold it! Your Honor, there's still something that bothers me about that notebook. Oh, is there? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet and your client's a free woman. I know, but I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. I'm not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way. A way for Ellen and Soren to be happy. What do you mean? More than meets the eye, Mr. Wright. I believe the question here, Your Honor, should be, Why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place?
Why to destroy the evidence, I would imagine.
But removing it from the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory, which means he wouldn't have been able to trick the police if he came under suspicion. No, if he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have to remember that he had done it.
So what are you getting with this line of inquiry, Mr. Wright? Just please explain so that we can all understand.
Yes, Your Honor. The page was thrown out of the notebook because somebody else tore it out. The incriminating page was torn out by somebody else. What? Oh, you redeemed hydration. I should go get that.
Order! Order!
I know, it was like 3 minutes ago, my bad.
Are you claiming a third person interfered with the notebook?
It's not all that surprising if you consider what's happening up until now. After both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury, there was always a cover-up not far behind. Alright. There was always a cover-up not far behind. Bam. But I had my notebook with me at all times. Did you? Because I remember you were in a panic yesterday because you couldn't find it. That's true.
So who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright?
If we think back over the course of the trial, it's pretty easy to guess. The one who may have tried to tamper with Soren's memories is...
Take that!
Noel Pierce. The one who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory. Is Pierce Nicody. I literally grabbed the water and I totally forgot to drink from it. Pierce? Pierce tried to tamper with my memories. Pierce was manipulating me? Case in point, the 2 receptions that were held to cover up the murder. It was Mr. Nicody who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scene. No, it can't be. Which of my memories are mine, and which have been rewritten? When did he start from hiding my memories? Who wrote this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this? Oh no! Oh, no. Don't take off! Oh, he's going off! No! He literally took off! Watch! Watch! Look, Nick, he's coming back down. It's okay. Did you good? My memories. Ellen. Oh, these 2 have all gone unconscious. Fantastic. Mr. Sprocket!
Bailiff, please get the Sprockets to the infirmary on the double.
Well, that's not good. That'd be it. What have we all learned today on this fun adventure? Is to be like 50 First Dates and probably record everything instead.
Mr. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away, so let us resume where we left off.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nicody to the stand.
Objection!
Objection. We already know he carried out the cover-up to protect the company and Mr. Sprocket. What more do you want from him?
This time it's different. The notebook, or rather, Mr. Sprocket's memories have been tampered with. That means the only person who knows the whole truth is now Mr. Nicody.
Don't tell me. Are you actually trying to drum up a 3rd suspect in order to exonerate the defendant and her groom?
I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything. Yet. All I know is that Mr. Nicody is the only one who knows the truth. I think he's still hiding something. Something we don't know about yet. No grounds yet, is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution consent to calling the witness to the stand?
It does, Your Honor.
However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do. Very well. We'll break for 20-minute recess. To be continued. Right now. Secrets unveiled. Nope, did I press circle too many times? I did. Whoops, my bad. I thought if I press circle again, it would go back to the new game. You know what? Let's also change costumes. Have to be a little serious right now. Didn't even mean to do that, but okay. I guess that helps. It's nice to see it for a bit, but it's too ridiculous. I can't. I mean, yeah, the game is ridiculous, but there's a limit here. Now we'll have to face Pierce on the stand. I'm not sure if I should be surprised or not. One thing's for sure, he won't be an easy adversary. So, do you think Pierce did it? It's too early to say anything at this point, but I do think he's still hiding something. Why did you pin everything on that Soren loser back there? Looks like Larry still hasn't given up on Ellen. Good God, Larry! If this Pierce guy's the real bad guy, then Soren and my Ellie will live happily ever after together. Larry, that's not the kind of thing a decent human being says. Now be good. Shame on you, Larry. Oh, boo-hoo. You think I don't know? I know I have to give up on my Ellie. But Nick, promise me you'll make her happy. She deserves a happily ever after. I'm sure Soren will make her happy once all of this is said and done. Trial's about to resume, Mr. Wright. Alright, you ready, Maya? Yep, let's go. I'll be rooting for you, Nick. Better. September 23rd. Doop. This court is now back in session. Witness, please take the stand. Nice shoes. Dapper looking fellow. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Pierce Nakodi. I'm the Sprocket family butler. Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Nakodi. Someone tore out a page from Mr. Sprocket's notebook to manipulate his memories. That person was you, wasn't it? That is correct. What about it? Well, that was easy. So why did you do it? Why did you tamper with Mr. Sprocket's notebook? Please allow me to explain. It pains me to do this, but I will tell you the truth. It pains you? That is correct. For my testimony will go against Master Soren's wishes. Soren's wishes? What's he talking about? Well, I tore up the page. He's probably going to be like, I did not want him to accuse himself. Probably Ellen. My bad. I rushed to the Vistatech, but the crime had already been committed. I saw Miss Ellen and Bloomsbury collapsed, and Master Soren writing in his notebook. Mr. Soren said to me, I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen. But I went against his order. I tore the page out of his notebook and hit the body. And he's doing what the sister said to protect Soren. Sadly, that means incriminating Ellen. Wait a second. What Mr. Sprocket was writing in his notebook at the time, could it be? I struck and killed Dumas. It was meant to be a confession, an admission that he'd killed Bloomsbury himself. He wrote that message to take the blame for Miss Wyatt? That is correct. Master Soren did hit Bloomsbury with the timekeeper to save Miss Ellen. Then Mr. Sprocket was the culprit after all. However, that blow did not kill Bloomsbury. That makes sense. Mr. Sprocket's injury wouldn't allow him to put much force into it. Enraged, Bloomsbury tried to attack Master Soren, who was already seriously wounded. Just in the nick of time, Miss Ellen hit Bloomsbury from behind and finished him off, it would seem. At least he's being nice. He's making the crime be like it was self-defense.
So, Ellen will go away for a little bit, but, or not at all. You could get some community service. So the one who inflicted the fatal blow was the defendant. Yes, that is correct. Master Sworn tried to take all of the blame onto himself. No way. This is pretty bad, Nick. No kidding. Pretty bad is an understatement. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems your decision to call Mr. Nicoti has backfired. The true culprit behind this case remains the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Could this get any worse? The case was involved in the cover-up plot, and I bet he still has something to hide. Cross-examine that.
Hold it!
Hold it. Wait a minute. I thought you went to the Vista deck with Mr. Sprocket. Actually, that is not true. What? What do you mean? I found this out afterward, but Mr. Sworn went to the Vista deck alone. He went out to the escape hatch in the reception hall and went along the outside wall.
What? You can't be serious! You mean Mr. Wright's adult-pated guess was actually correct?
What's with the adult-pated? I don't even know what that means.
I suppose truth really is stranger than fiction.
So, Mr. Nicoti, when you got to the scene, you saw Mr. Gloomsbury. You saw Mr. Gloomsbury, Miss Wyatt, and Mr. Sprocket. Is that right? That is exactly right.
Hold it!
So when you and your group arrived at the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed. That is correct. Gloomsbury had already been struck. Miss Helen had lost consciousness, probably from the shock of the incident. And how did Mr. Sprocket appear? He was bleeding from the stab wound he'd received from Gloomsbury. Barely conscious, he was writing something in his notebook. So the mysterious third person Ellen saw really was Soren then.
Hold it!
So Mr. Sprocket wrote a note of confession in order to take the blame for Miss Wyatt. Yes. That notebook is the only form of memory Master Soren has. So you understand what his action meant, I trust? What did it mean, Nick? The Soren, everything in that notebook is true. Soren tried to take the blame by altering his own memory to make himself think he did it. No. That's right, he didn't even say, like, I'm taking the blame. He just said, I did kill him. So he probably would have just confessed if he read that. Master Soren truly loves Miss Helen. It must have been love that made him do that. I actually do wonder if all of this is true. I still think Pierce did it, but I do wonder if this actually happened.
Hold it!
Mr. Nicoti, could you please tell this court about that in more detail? That, you say? Which part do you mean, Mr. Wright? Could you be more specific? Oh, alright. What do I want to know more about? The tearing of the... How about hiding the body? I think the body's pretty big. Please tell me more about hiding of the body. Very well. After saying he would take the blame, Master Soren passed out. That's when I hit the body. I quickly took the lift down to the hold, where I hid Gloomsbury's still warm body in the spare peggable lantern. So it was you who hit the body, not the defendant. To think Mr. Butts would move the lantern containing the body to the reception hall. Well, I did not see that coming. I don't blame you. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. Maybe I should take another look at the lantern and evidence. Would you like that statement added to the witness testimony? Yes. Yes, please. Very well, please add it to the statement to the testimony, Mr. Nicoti. In the hold, I hid the still warm body in the spare peggable lantern. The bloodstain inside the wheel. It's the handle. Ah, that's the bull one, so. What's with all this shit, though? A note, broken parts of a lantern, the petals and flowers, and lands on the reception hall. Do. I mean, I could just use the actual photo. Sure.
Objection!
Damn it. Your Honor, I have a feeling this piece of evidence still contradicts the witness's statement. A feeling defense? Yes, Your Honor. Or rather a hope that it indicates a contradiction. That's right. Is there or isn't there a contradiction here? It looks like there is, but there really isn't one, is there? Are you asking me, Mr. Knight? Because that would it really seems like to me is you're asking for a penalty. Thanks for the definitive answer, Your Honor.
Hold it!
Like a bull lantern, huh? Why did you hide the body in the lantern? As I told you yesterday, it was to make it as though the murder never happened. But thanks to Mr. Butts, things did not turn out as planned. So holding the second wedding reception wasn't Mr. Sprocket's idea, but it was yours, wasn't it? It was all for Master Soren's sake and Sprocket Aviation. If I am accused of a crime for trying to cover up the incident, I shall accept it willingly. He really doesn't seem to even care about himself. So he's talking about the cover-up after the incident, huh? Right. That's information only somebody who was actually involved could know. So it might be a really important piece of testimony. I think so too. I really have to tread carefully here. Hit the still warm body. A peggable lantern. How about the autopsy? Cerebral hemorrhage, strong blood to the head. One contusion was on the back of the head and on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. She saw a dazed state shadowy figure glimpse her from behind. She fainted immediately afterwards and instantly took a good look at who it was. Activate the timekeeper. I don't actually know this much. Nothing but ideas for his inventions until the 8th. Each day in excruciating details, the illegible bloody stain. One of the pages from his notebook was torn out uncharacteristically rough way. On was written the words, "I struck and killed. Dumbass." Maybe we can get a different statement, but hit the still warm body in the spare peggable lantern. So the peggable lantern. So that was the one that got out. Maybe it is this one. There's a bloodstain inside the wheel handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Think it was alive.
Hold it!
Oh, let me press this and get a different statement. Tearing out the page. Why did you go against Mr. Sprocket's order to tear out the page? That is a silly question, as I told you before. Disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. Oh, right. You did say that before, didn't you? I took the page out of the notebook in order to protect Master Soren. Yeah. Yes, please. Very well. Please add that to your testimony. I tore the page out of the notebook in order to protect Master Soren. But he's alright. I don't think it's this one. Oh, damn it. Maybe I can press it, but I don't know.
Hold it!
So by tearing the page out of the notebook, you erased the memory of Mr. Sprocket who was trying to take the fall from Miss Wyatt. I knew it went against his wishes, but I just couldn't let Master Soren bear the blame for something he did not do. As his butler, I believe that was the right decision for me to make. It was all for Soren's benefit, huh? That Pierce would do just about anything in the name of keeping Soren's image safe. One of these is important. Please take care of Ellen.
Hold it!
Let's go with the hiding in the body. Something is up with it, isn't it? I don't think the paper is anything. I'm stuck on this one. I can't do your animation! In the hold, I hid the still warm body in the spare peggable lantern.
Hold it!
No, I didn't need to press that. I'm gonna have to go do this. I went through so many things. I forget which one I examined.
Objection!
It's not that. What about the fact that it was still warm? He says the term body, so maybe it's the reconstruction will tell us.
Objection!
Okay. Could it be? Is that what happened? If what I'm thinking is true, then maybe I can prove neither Ellen nor Soren did the deed. Mr. Nakoti, you said the body was still warm when you hit it, correct? So then what if Mr. Gloomsbury was still alive when you went to put his body inside the lantern? What? What?! That's preposterous. Actually, this shows that the victim might have still been alive inside the lantern. I'm afraid you'll have to point out which part you're talking about, Mr. Wright. This part here shows that the victim might have been still alive inside the lantern.
Take that!
Right there. As you can see, the back end of the lantern is a door. And there's blood here on the wheel handle. Objection! That bloodstain must have gotten there when the witness put the body inside the lantern. There's no way it shows the victim drew his last breath while he was within the lantern. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth, for you see, in putting this lantern back together, the police inadvertently placed the inside handle on the outside, and vice versa. Sorry, Sky. In other words, the wheel handles got swapped. Oh my! So they got swapped? Yes, they got swapped. What? That's ridiculous! Not at all. If you compare the other male peggable lantern in the reception hall, It's quite obvious the wheel handles were attached backwards. That the detective in charge of the restoration will see me in my office later. Oh man. Sorry, Emma. Good luck. Oh man. This sucks. She's like, God damn it, I'm gonna eat my snack goose. In that case, what does the bloodstain on the wheel handle mean? The bloodstain didn't get there by chance. The victim was put inside the lantern. He was only unconscious, not dead. When he regained consciousness, he probably tried to get out of the lantern. So he grasped the inner wheel handle, and that's when the blood got on it. This proves that the victim was still alive when he was inside the lantern. At the time, I was completely convinced Bloomsbury was dead. Had I checked more carefully, he might have survived. Unfortunate to be sure, but not significant enough to change this trial's outcome. Again, I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, has a very significant impact on this case. The victim was struck by the defendant, then died from his injuries sometime later. There's nothing more to it. Objection! That's where you're wrong. Let's take another look at Mr. Bloomsbury's autopsy report, shall we? You better not update this one. Please focus on the description of his injuries. It says one contusion was found on the back of his head, and one on the side. Yes. The one Mr. Sprocket gave him, and the one Miss White delivered to finish him off. No. The defense would like to submit a different interpretation. Different interpretation? The victim was knocked unconscious by the first blow, and was then put into the lantern. Then what about the lethal blow by the defendant that the witness talked about? Yes, well, that didn't happen. After some time, when the victim regained consciousness, he tried to get out of the lantern. That's when he received the second blow that finished him off. Taking into account the fact that the victim was still alive for a period after the first hit, and that he did receive a second blow to the head, it does seem entirely possible. Yes, as long as the first blow didn't kill the victim instantly, there's a possibility that someone other than Mr. Sprocket or Miss White delivered the fatal blow. Objection. Huh, is that all you've got? Even if there was a time lag between two blows, the prosecution's position doesn't change. What? What do you mean? It's elementary, Mr. Wright. You're not Turlock Sholmes! After the reception, when the defendant was cleaning up the reception hall, the victim who was supposed to be dead suddenly came out of the lantern. The defendant grabbed the murder weapon, which was right there, and finished him off. Shit. That theory sounds awfully familiar. Of course it does, Your Honor, because it's exactly what I proposed at the very start. The second blow was inflicted by the defendant after all. I see. It seems a tangle of mysteries has unraveled into a single thread. Objection! But as long as there's a possibility that the fatal blow was delivered by a third person, then we must continue the deliberations. Give it up, Mr. Wright, unless you have something to prove the presence of your precious third person. Okay, Nick, just relax. You can do this. Come on now, take some deep breaths. Good idea. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. There. Don't you feel better already? Maya's right. I should calm down. Get my focus back and go over everything again. Then hopefully I'll be able to find something to prove there was a third person. Let's see. First, why did Bloomsbury attack Ellen? Because he was tired of taking the blame for the accident. But something about that line of reasoning just doesn't feel right to me. No? How come? Well, if it was just a personal vendetta, he had already stabbed Soren. So why was he so determined to go after Ellen? You're right. This whole thing feels too premeditated for a crime of passion. But Bloomsbury didn't seem to have a personal grudge against Ellen. If Bloomsbury didn't have a personal reason to attack Ellen, then... You've taken long enough, Mr. Wright. Now it's time for some action. What proof do you have that third person was involved? Alright, I'll show you.
I'm not completely sure what I'm doing yet. It looks like I'm out of time. This piece of evidence proves the involvement of a third person.
Take that!
The note! I get it now. Now I see why this note bothered me so much when I first saw it. Looks like a note outlining the murder plot. That note was apparently written by the victim. Would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Your Honor, please take a look at this note. This is the victim's murder plan, right? It definitely is. It's definitely a murder plan. But what if Mr. Bloomsbury didn't write this note himself? What? Don't you be smug. This is how you intend to conjure up your mysterious third party, Mr. Wright? Can you even prove that note wasn't written by the victim? Yes. Yes, I can. Very well done. Please present your evidence, Mr. Wright. This evidence proves the victim didn't write the note. Grab Ellen when convenient. Send her off from the Vista deck. The writing is smudged, as though written by a right-handed person. Dominant left hand. Oh.
Take that!
This is the weapon Mr. Bloomsbury used to stab Mr. Sprocket. I was wondering what you'd pull out this time. Dare I ask what could possibly have to do with the note? Mr. Bloomsbury's prints were found on the candelabra. The prints were from his left hand. So that makes the victim left-handed, correct? Exactly, Your Honor. The police looked into it and confirmed as much. Now take a look at the smudged writing in this note. Notice how the smudging only starts from the middle of each preceding line. If it's been written by a lefty, the writing would be smudged from the far left end. This means that whoever wrote this note was definitely right-handed. In other words, somebody other than the victim wrote this note. What? But if someone other than Mr. Bloomsbury wrote it, then what does the note mean? Mr. Bloomsbury followed this note to the letter when he attacked Miss Wyatt, so clearly this note isn't a murder plan written by Mr. Bloomsbury, but rather, these are instructions to kill Miss Wyatt, issued by somebody else. Objection. If it wasn't the victim who wrote these so-called instructions, then who wrote it? Most of the people involved are right-handed, you know. He is correct. The majority of the family and their employees who were on the airship are indeed right-handed. I must say, that is a very rough and slipshod conjecture you proposed. I admit I haven't figured out who wrote it just yet. Leave it to Mr. Edgeworth to go for the jugular. The culprit who ordered Mr. Bloomsbury to attack Ellen, what could their motive have been? It doesn't seem very likely Ellen did anything to incur anybody's wrath, right? Right, not too likely anyway. In that case, it has to be about Soren. If somebody would hold a grudge against Soren, what would it be about? An accident, I guess. I understand if Bloomsbury felt resentful about having to take the blame. But the one who lost the most to that accident was Soren's sister. She lost her life after all. Soren suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody precious to him. Somebody precious, huh? Soren's sister. Wait, there's one more person. There's someone else who must hold a grudge against Soren. Did you figure something out? I think so. I think there's somebody else who used Bloomsbury to try and get revenge against Soren. Oh, so I was under the impression he was trying to protect Soren, but I'm assuming he wanted to kill Soren because of the, the grudge. But it didn't work out. Bloomsbury got knocked unconscious, and he's like, well, now I'm on Soren's side since you fucked it up, man. Did you say somebody tried to get revenge against Mr. Sprocket, Mr. Wright? The person who manipulated and used Mr. Bloomsbury was Selena's fiancé.
The person who used Mr. Gloomsbury to try and get revenge on Mr. Sprocket, and then finished Mr. Gloomsbury off to silence him, was a man dear to Mr. Sprocket's older sister, Selena Sprocket's fiancé. Not that I'm not positive, but it's certainly possible. This fiancé could have made Mr. Gloomsbury attack Ellen to get his revenge on Soren. What?
A fiancé?
Boom.
Order in the court! Order, I say!
Yes, it does seem quite believable that Miss Selena Sprocket's fiancé would bear a grudge against Mr. Sprocket for his role in the accident. Exactly, Your Honor. Maybe her fiancé was trying to murder Miss Wyatt in order to make Mr. Sprocket experience the same pain he felt. Objection. Mr. Sprocket's fiancé was a surgeon, if memory serves, but the only people who attended the reception were family and staff members. That may be, but then that just means that Mr. Sprocket's fiancé must have been among those who attended. What? Really? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have killed Gloomsbury? Oh, I see what you're doing. This is just another giant bluff, isn't it?
No, it's not a bluff. I figured it out a while ago.
Alright, I'll bite. Who exactly do you claim this fiancé to be?
Yes, I would like to know as well.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay, Nick? Maybe. When it comes to suspicious people, there's only one person on my list. I need to find something that connects them to Selena. This will help us identify Mr. Sprocket's fiancé. Damn it, I can't even point to the person. I need to have evidence. Boo. Booey, I say. I do not want evidence. Oh, there it is. His watch. Let's lock it. Never mind, I got it.
Take that!
Please take a look at this photo, Your Honor. That photo. Notice Miss Sprocket's pocket watch. Haven't we seen it somewhere before? Yes, now that you mention it, I do feel like as if I've seen it somewhere before. I believe we've all seen it. Right here in this very courtroom.
Impossible!
That's right. The pocket watch in this photo. Yep, there it is. It's the same pocket watch Mr. Nicoti has on him right now.
What?
This is clear proof of a strong connection between Pierce Nicoti and Selena Sprocket.
No.
Well, Mr. Nicoti, is this true? Mr. Nicoti, you were engaged to Selena Sprocket. That pocket watch, you kept it as a memento of her, don't you? I wonder if it's even a watch. Maybe you replaced it with her image on it. Mr. Nicoti, you plan to rob Mr. Sprocket of his loved one to make him feel the same pain as you. Isn't that right? But Mr. Sprocket managed to fight back and knocked Mr. Gloomsbury unconscious. You thought Mr. Gloomsbury was dead and hid his body in the lantern. But then you noticed Mr. Gloomsbury regained consciousness. And so you finished him off to prevent your plan from being exposed. This is the defense's take on what really happened in this murder case.
Mr. Wright, does this mean you wish to officially accuse this witness of the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury?
Does the defense accuse Mr. Nicoti of the murder?
Accuse?
The defense indicts Pierce Nicoti on the charge of murdering Dumas Gloomsbury.
Oh my!
Mr. Nicoti, would you care to respond? Man, this lawyer just yaps on and on and on. As you guessed, this watch is meant as a memento of Selena. It stopped working at the time of the accident, though. Oh, That's why he looks at it all the time. Reminds him. It reminds him of her. Then you really are. Yes, I was Selena's fiance. And not just her fiance. Surgeon beside her deathbed.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Nakodi, why didn't you tell me any of this before?
Shut it, you useless prosecutor. I thought you could be of use, but apparently this case was too much for you.
What did you say? That's very rude.
If your office hadn't stuck its nose all up in this, I could have swept it under the rug. Not only did you interfere with the case, but you even let me fall under suspicion. That's because you kept trying to cover things up on the sly. But covering things up wasn't your only involvement. The only person who had motive to use the victim to try to kill Miss Wyatt was you! Oh! It's broken. You good, dude? He's taking off his armor. Oh, here he comes. Oh, he's taking out the surgeon! Time to be a fucking surgeon right now. Malignant tumors. There are malignant tumors in this courtroom. Lesions oozing with false charges. Who's that? The tumors are on one idiotic lawyer and one useless prosecutor. After the truth is revealed, I'll have both of you incised from this legal world. He's going off. Yippee indeed. I'd like to see you try. With the power of the Sprocket family, it'd be a cinch! Oh, he's building a robot! I will now begin the operation. What in the world happened to Mr. Nakodi? Looks like he's finally showing his true colors. Nick, look what he did to his shoulder, Mac. Quit your yapping. Before I suture your chatty lips shut. It's like he's a completely different person. Sure looks like it, huh? We can't let our guards down now. Mr. Nakodi, it's finally time for you to testify. To the truth.
It seems we're entering the final act at last. Witness your testimony, please.
Alright, if he insulted you, you wanna still help this dude? Right, to remain silent. Oh, don't tell me he's just gonna not say anything. Bro? Bro, that doesn't work! Sorry, that time I pressed X very fast. Mr. Nakodi, why didn't you say anything? Ah! Just took a picture of me! Or something, I don't know. You want me to voluntarily testify, hoping I will make a slip of the tongue. Also, X-ray captures his hair, but also you should shoot an X-ray. You need to be prepared to do that. That sends waves of radiation. Not a very impressive plan, or brain, I might add. Ow, that was uncalled for. If you want to know something, you ask the question. I will answer, but I have no intention of making any voluntary statements of my own. What's he trying to do, Nick? He's using the silent treatment as a strategy to avoid getting tripped up. Clever guy. No more lies, Mr. Nakodi. He will tell us nothing but the truth from now on. Did you just take a photo of Edgeworth?
Oh. What do you think you're doing?
No one asked you to speak. Just keep quiet over there and play with your frills.
How dare you?
Well, this is a rather unconventional situation, but please proceed, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Is this the first time that someone has not spoken? Technically the whale didn't say anything. The parrot is is close. All they said was, hi. Or something like that. And then they just didn't say anything else. Press. If he won't speak voluntarily, then I guess I'll have to ask him something. What question should I ask? Why you got a grudge against Soren? You've been nursing a grudge against Mr. Sprocket over the loss of her fiancé. Isn't that right? I'd be lying if I said I felt no resentment whatsoever. But Master Soren didn't cause the accident on purpose. Master Soren himself has suffered greatly. But you quit being a surgeon and found a way to get even closer to Mr. Sprocket. Wasn't that so you could carry out your revenge on him? Don't insult me. Supporting Master Soren and Sprocket Aviation with my life's work is my penance for not being able to save Selena. This is how I honor her. I feel your devotion as both a fiancé and a surgeon. Your statement breaks my heart. I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren. Never thought of it, huh? I guess I should probably take that with a pound of salt. Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the testimony? Anything that proves him specifically. He's looking at the bowl. That could be. The Moscow Debris did go there. Then Pierce and Cody. Then no one. Why is Larry? Might as well just add it. Sure, add it to the testimony. I don't really know if that's what's gonna help. Yes, please, Your Honor. I have to find an opening somehow. I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren. It seems she received it from her fiancé. This doesn't prove anything. So what's the second photo? I guess we just don't get it. Oh well. I guess it's not important. It's just important to figure out that this was not time travel.
Hold it!
Hold it. So you have no thoughts of vengeance toward Mr. Sprocket whatsoever? Of course not! Selena wouldn't have wanted that! I've thrown my own life away and lived solely for the sake of the Sprocket family. That's how I show my love for her. Alrighty then. Well, one thing's for sure. Pierce gets really emotional when it comes to Selena. No kidding. I'm not sure how he feels about Soren, but his love for Selena is pretty obvious.
Hold it!
Hold it. What other questions can I ask? Actions on the day of the crime. On the day of the incident, you were constantly surrounded by your subordinates. Is that right? Absolutely. I was in someone's line of sight at all times. After all, I was busy taking care of every detail of the event. Mr. Edgeworth, I believe your investigation backs up my claim. I got statements that said groups of his subordinates worked with him in rotation, so he was always with someone. As the prosecutor just said, I couldn't even get close to the lantern containing Gloomsbury by myself, let alone kill him. Pierce didn't have a chance to get close to the victim alone. Mr. Wright. Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to have that statement added to the testimony. Pretty well. I was always in the company of others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Gloomsbury. Maybe this? Heart-shaped key used to activate the timekeeper. I'm gonna say maybe the hold entry log? That's the best I got? Like maybe someone else couldn't follow him in, he just went in there by himself?
Objection!
Objection! Although, yeah, no. We've already deduced that people can go in by themselves. I'm feeling with this piece of evidence, it contradicts the witness's statement. A feeling? Oh, we went through this before, yeah. A hope, rather. Hmm.
Hold it!
Depress this. So you were always in someone's line of sight. I was surrounded by family members and staff as we prepared for the reception. During the reception, I was stationed behind the sweetheart table to attend to the couple. He's frowning. I don't think frowning is really a basis of I hold a grudge. When could I have possibly committed the murder? I'm not buying it. It appears the true killer, and there must have been some time when he was out of everyone's sight. What do you think, Nick? Is there a chance of errors here? As long as we have some kind of testimony from him, there has to be. I just have to compare it with his testimony against the evidence and find an inconsistency, right? Exactly. That's it. I have to do this right. Well, the first one is let's ask a different question. Reason for killing Gloomsbury. Why'd you kill him? Why? Isn't it true that when Mr. Gloomsbury gained consciousness inside the lantern, you murdered him in order to silence him? He was an excellent employee and very loyal to me. Gloomsbury was my right-hand man. I'd suffered the most from losing him. You really think I'd kill a guy like that? That would make sense only if you were innocent. But since your goal was revenge, you don't really have to care about something like that. But I am innocent, I tell you. Don't try to force your conjectures onto me. Guess without decisive evidence, I can't pursue this line of questioning any further. That's right, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony? Not necessarily. No, thank you, Your Honor. I better tread cautiously here. If, Phoenix says, can't pursue that line of questioning, meaning this line sucks. So, pick the others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Gloomsbury. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I have to go through all this. Okay. In the reception hall. Flowers. A note that was given to him. Dun, 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 dun. Collapsed inside one of the impeccable lanterns, scattered around the body were flower petals, a note, broken parts of a lantern, and petals were flowers not inside the reception hall. That doesn't really prove anything. Wait, let's look at that one photo one more time. No, that just connects him with him. Drawing Larry made. Stealthily taken by Larry. Ellen can be seen near the center. Gloomsbury is nowhere in this photo. It could be anywhere though. That doesn't really prove anything. Autopsy report. That doesn't matter. That didn't work. Staying with the blood found on the lift. It matches the blood on the candelabra. Use to activate the timekeeper. I can't figure it out. It's hard.
Objection!
This? No. Because he remains silent. I have like 3 pieces of evidence. Maybe I should try that first statement? I don't know. This is the final cross-examination, so this definitely has to be it. Last one. Never thought of exacting my revenge on Master Soren. Maybe that one. I think that proves his motive. Something that proves that he was alone. Timekeeper was used as the murder weapon. Where did I get this key? I do not remember. It was important where I got it from.
Objection!
Okay, I was about to say, like, this angry face does not prove that he tried to murder him. Wait, that's not the case there. What about... And then what about Ellie? Seems she received it from her fiance. After a ceremony on the Vista deck, Rocket Aviation's majestic Pegamoon mascots will light up a happy couple on both sides of the speaker table. Wait a minute. The fog. What if he hid in the fog?
Objection!
Damn it. It's possible, though, right? Company of others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Gloomsbury. Fog-like vapor. Maybe I should try this. Alright, let's try the other statement. Why not? See how it looks when it's added in there. Why you kill Gloomsbury? Yes. Every little bit I could drag out of him helps. If Billy was my right-hand man, I'd suffer the most from losing him. He's actually left-handed, though. Just say that. That would not work. What did Mr. Gloomsbury think of Mr. Sprocket? After all, he was forced to take the blame for the accident. He must have been resentful. He got a position as a lead servant in exchange for taking the blame. That wasn't exactly a bad deal for him. But he must have felt some sort of indignation. Who knows? Now that he's dead, we'll never know for sure. It's pointless to talk about it any further. Alright, didn't tell no tales after all.
Hold it!
I don't like the first line of questioning. I've done this before. I feel like the last one is it, right? I'm always in the company of others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Gloomsbury. I just can't figure out how to do this. But the pamphlet, what if he just jumped out? I feel like everyone would notice if you open that. Did you just go in one of the lanterns and then hit him?
Objection!
No. What about this photo instead?
Objection!
Really, the photo is with the fog? Okay. I was right on the money, but I just need to click the photo again. Mr. Nakoti testifies that he was always with someone at the time of the incident and never had a moment alone to commit the crime. Yes, and the police investigation backs that statement up, doesn't it? But there was an opportunity, in fact, one and only one. A moment when Mr. Nakoti could have killed Mr. Bloomsbury without anyone noticing. What? And the one thing that made that moment possible is shown here in this photograph. With all those people watching, I couldn't have possibly committed the murder. Do not believe him, Your Honor. This lawyer is a malignant tumor. He wants to infect his judicial body with a Objection. Mr. Nakoti, I would ask that you keep quiet this time. We need to evaluate the defense's claim. And your yammering only serves to drill further suspicion your way. Mr. Wright, let's see this one thing you mentioned. But be warned, this better not be one of your half-handed claims. What do you think you're talking to, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, Mr. Wright. Please point out for us the one thing that made the moment of the murder possible. Now, one moment when it was possible for Mr. Nakoti to kill Mr. Bloomsbury. The one thing that made that single moment possible is this.
Take that!
Look at that fog. The one thing that made the moment of the murder possible is the thick mood fog that engulfed the entire reception hall. It is under the cover of this fog. What happened? I thought we were harming Sora. I thought we were gonna make him pay. Oh my god! That Mr. Nakoti murdered the victim. What? Mr. Nakoti was standing right next to the lantern that Mr. Bloomsbury was in. This was the only moment the murder could have been committed without being seen. Objection. I can accept that there was a moment when the witness was obscured from the others by fog. But it doesn't prove Mr. Nakoti killed the victim at that very moment. If you can prove the crime was committed during the reception, the trial ends here. I was so caught up in finding a foothold that I forgot to think that far ahead. Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to call this trial's time of death. Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the murder happened during the reception? If it brought her, his claims is dead on arrival. The victory is within your grasp, prosecutor. Would you shut the fuck up? Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation. Edgeworth. Enough of this, Your Honor. This trial is over. No, Mr. Nakoti. That is for me to decide. Mr. Wright, can you prove it? Can you prove that the murder was committed during the wedding reception? I said no verdict there. The lawyer's obviously out of answers. The prosecutor and the judge, they're all infected. And the malignant stupidity is so advanced, not even the best surgeons could save them. In fact, not even the brain transplant could cure them. This court is infected with idiocy. It's a pandemic. Objection! Mr. Nakoti, that's enough already. Are you ready to give up, are you? Dude, shut up. No, it's the opposite, actually. I'll prove the murder was committed during the reception. By you. No! You'll prove it? Can you really, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can. Your Honor. To be honest, I don't know exactly how I'll do it just yet, but I want to get to the truth Edgeworth was talking about. Just have to find that way. Very well, Mr. Wright, let's have your proof. Enough of this foolishness, he's just bluffing. Stop him from speaking, Your Honor! I will do nothing of the sort. You're just a district court judge with the power of this fucking family. Enough of your foolishness, Mr. Nakoti! This judicial body will not succumb to the influence of money or power. Now then, let's hear it, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your truth. Think, Phoenix. Remember everything you've learned so far. You can do this. You can find the definitive evidence that will lead us to the truth. Time to go in his brain. Think, Phoenix. How can I prove the murder took place during the wedding reception? So I just saw your comment. Yeah, I was picking the fog. It's like, it's the fog. It's like, no, you have to pick the photo of the fog. Which, I mean, I guess I get it. They literally show the answer in his speech, but still. If he's committed the murder during the reception, then he had to have used his shoulder mech fixer-upper. I totally forgot that he named it that. I totally forgot that. It's been a long time. The murder weapon. Use the murder weapon. Yes, the weapon that was used to strike the victim twice. According to the autopsy report, the victim was hit by the same object both times, so without a doubt, Pierce used it to commit the murder. The weapon used to kill Bloomsbury was the timekeeper. The timekeeper was the murder weapon. That's we got that so far. If Pierce struck the victim during that one single moment, then he must have used the timekeeper. Come to think of it, wasn't it also used for something else during the reception? During the reception, timekeeper was used for the first startup of love. The timekeeper had been activated. That's right. The timekeeper had been activated during the reception. If we activate the timekeeper again now and find any trace evidence of the murder, that would be conclusive proof that Bloomsbury was killed during the reception. Is it a recorder? I'm not actually entirely sure what this thing is. It is a secret contraption, though. A special ceremony took place during the reception. And one quick question: what kind of special ceremony? It was called the first startup of love. Apparently the couple activated a timekeeper for the first time during it. Does that mean the timekeeper here is evidence that it isn't activated at that moment? And what would happen if we were to activate it? Why don't we see for ourselves? It would give us a chance to examine it. And while we're at it, we just might find some conclusive evidence. What? No, you can't activate it! Mr. Dakota, keep quiet or I'll have you thrown out of court! By the way, Mr. Wright, this is supposed to be a time machine, right? We aren't going to travel back in time to the Stone Age or anything, are we? I don't think we'll have to worry too much about that, Your Honor. Still a little nervous, nonetheless, but the truth must be known. Very well, go ahead and start up the timekeeper. Do you know how, Nick? I think so. Maybe? Mayhaps. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together... Oh, how romantic it was! Let's see. I think the symbol of the groom's love must be the timekeeper itself. What symbol of the bride's would fit together with the timekeeper? Oh, I know. That has to be it. Mr. Wright, are you ready to activate the time machine now? Yes, Your Honor. The symbol of the bride's love that is necessary for activating a timekeeper is... Now, I know it's the key of love, but what if it's instead the pendant? I'm just gonna go with the pendant first, then I'll go with the key of love. Miss Wyatt's pendant is the symbol of the bride's love that is necessary for activating the timekeeper. What? Does that mean you can start up with Miss Wyatt's pendant? I believe so, Your Honor. Very well, please try it now, Mr. Wright. Okay, here I go. First I have to figure out where the pendant goes. Is it here? Only certain places I can put it. Ah, I see it now. It's like a gear. This hole looks like a good spot. I'll try something independent here. Right there. Click. Fits. This must be the right spot. I have a place to insert the key. It's that small? This hole in the middle of the pendant. Could this be it? are we gonna do here? Ooh. It's kind of ruined there. It worked. The timekeeper's been activated. All I have to do is find proof that the crime was committed during the reception. Oh, it activated right at the clock stop, didn't it? But I think I found it. Conclusive evidence the murder was committed during the wedding reception. And if that's true, then our client and their fiance is guilty. Not guilty. They're innocent. This is suspected. There's evidence of a murder inside the timekeeper, Mr. Nakoti. The timekeeper was only activated and open during the wedding reception, right? No! Stop! So that means this is conclusive proof that the crime was committed during the reception. After you killed the victim under the cover of the fog, you closed the timekeeper to hide the bloodstain, didn't you? No, wrong. I didn't kill Gloomsbury. It wasn't me, I tell you. Objection. Give it up, Mr. Nakoti. How could the defendant, who was in the middle of pledging her love, have possibly committed the murder with everyone watching her? It was the family. Yes, all the family members conspired together to kill him. Objection. There's no way you can talk your way out of this, Mr. Nakoti. During the reception, during that one dreamlike moment, only one person could have used the timekeeper to beat the victim to death. And that one person was you, Pierce Nakoti. We did it. Oh, he's flatlining. No, this isn't over yet. I won't give up. Oh, it's flatlining. Oh, no, I cut the artery. Stupid thing. We must stop the bleeding now. Give me forceps. Forceps, I said. Where is everyone? I'll manage this alone. I'll be okay. I can fix anything. Repair anything. So you have to get better. You have to live. Oh man, poor dude. I would have been able to save her. If only I hadn't. If only I had treated her first. If only that Soren hadn't been there. Oh. Selena. No. I actually kind of feel bad for the dude. Couldn't have saved her. But he's also pretty evil. He's like, I wouldn't say evil, but he's pretty evil. He tried to pin it all on them, tried to ruin that man's life. Witness, are you finally ready to tell us the truth? It's just as the lawyer deduced. So it was all a revenge scheme against Soren Sprocket. Do you have any idea how hard it is to lose someone you love right in front of you? Selena's condition was clearly more critical than Soren's. But in spite of that, she said, "Please, help Soren." Miss Sprocket's last words. So that's what she really meant by those words. I was able to grant her a wish, but at the price of her life. So you got a job with Sprocket Aviation and waited for your chance to get revenge. You got close to Mr. Gloomsbury and hatched his plot. Is that right? Gloomsbury already bore a grudge against Soren. So when I tempted him with an even better position, he immediately took the bait. He was your accomplice. Someone who shared the same goal as you. Why was it necessary for you to kill him? I didn't expect someone to strike Gloomsbury out of the Vista deck. I certainly never imagined he'd make his way there along the outside wall. Soren's love is the real deal after all. My plan had been compromised, so for the time being I hid his body in the lantern and tried to think of my next move. And when Mr. Gloomsbury came to during the second wedding reception, soon as I saw Gloomsbury, I instantly hit upon an idea. To pin the blame of Gloomsbury's murder on Helen. And tried to break up the couple by making the bride out to be the murderer. How despicable. Someone was getting the company and the wedding. Both things that were supposed to be Selena's. You took every happiness from her. Who's the despicable one here? You think what you did would make her happy? I know it wouldn't! But I couldn't just stand by watching Soren enjoy his happiness. I was going to have Soren taste the same pain I had. And then take over Sprocket Aviation. I would take it back from him all of the happiness that was rightfully Selena's. Yeah, you were doing that for yourself. Time stopped for me the day I lost her. Just like this pocket watch of hers. Hold it. Pierce. Miss Wyatt? I believe Selena would have said, leave this ill will behind. Your time is yours to live. It's too late for me. Time will never advance for me ever again. What? It can't be. Oh shit. That works. I see now, Selena. What I did was wrong. I see no further to continue this trial. Bailiff, please take Mr. Nakodi away. Pierce Nakodi, another inconsolable time traveler, who lived in a time that stood still. Well, that happened. Now then, I must render my verdict regarding the defense. Oh, you're up too. Hey, buddy. Your Honor, before you give your ruling, would you please allow me a moment? Very well. Ellen, there's something I need to say to you. Yeah. Yes, Soren? Is he gonna marry her here? That would be funny. We have a judge. I've put you through something truly horrible. This whole thing happened all because of me. I would understand if you wanted to call off our marriage. What? Of course not. I've never once thought that. If you stay with me, you'll only face even more trying times in the future. What do you mean? The truth of this incident and the car accident before it. I'm going to tell the public everything. I expect the company's reputation will suffer, and I'll take a lot of criticism. But I feel I can only really start over once I get everything out in the open. Sorry. After all that's happened, I might have the right to ask you this, but... Well, how should I say this? Well, maybe I'll just... He's gonna write it down. No? Hey, well... Oh, you did write it down. Life with me probably won't be very easy, but... Will you marry me? Oh. Yes, of course. Yay! Your Honor, thank you for this time. Please continue with your ruling. Very well. First, I have one question. Do the two of you pledge your eternal love for each other? The good goddess of justice, Demis. Shout out to Demis. I do, Your Honor. I do. Does the prosecution or the defense have any objections? Well done, Your Honor. No objections here. The defense has no objections either, Your Honor. Why am I pointing this way? Like this. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Oh, that's not right. Court finds the defendant, Ellen Sprocket. Not guilty! The confetti totally is important now. Yay! It fits. Whoa. Court is adjourned. Did they get married, or was that just him not guilty? I mean, he could have done it. September 23rd. Ellen. Soren, congratulations. Mr. Wright, I can't thank you enough. If you hadn't exposed the truth, Soren, I wouldn't... He wouldn't... But now you can finally start your new life together, right? Thank you. Mr. Wright, we'll be holding our real wedding ceremony in the near future. Would you do us the honor of coming to it? I want you to witness our fresh start. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. And Ellen, this time it'll finally be happily ever after, right? Oh yes. The two of you have persevered and overcome this trial together. Now, no matter what obstacle comes your way, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them. And there's another thing I'm sure of too. This person will always be watching over the two of you. I'm just gonna say just in case, but I'm pretty sure it's her. Selena. Yes, I think you're right. And we promise to live life to the fullest. For Selena's sake too. Right, Soren? That's right. Well, we'd better be on our way. Yes, my love. Hooray! Oh. Wow, the old threshold carry, huh? Way to show off. We'll be seeing you. Goodbye for now. I'll be looking forward to that wedding. Hold on tight, Ellen. You better believe I will. Never letting go. You're flying! There they go. I'm thinking of going to that wedding by yourself. Are you, boss? Ah, that was... Hey, yo, what up? You're taking us too, right? Oh boy, I bet there's gonna be all kinds of fancy food there. Dina, when did you get here? Just now. I would have been here to cheer you guys on earlier, but Juicy never gave me a chance to slip away. I'm gonna be in even bigger much trouble with her later. Speaking of the wedding, maybe I should ask them to invite Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Really? But he thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end. That may be true, but... Buffy Fabata has claimed his dead on arrival. The victory is with your grass, prosecutor. Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. That we can only arrive at through further deliberation. If he hadn't stood up for us when he did, the trial probably would have ended there. You mean Mr. Edgeworth gave us that chance? Maybe. Though knowing him, I doubt he'll ever tell, even if I asked. Well, that's how you feel about it, Nick. Then, why not try to get him invited? Hey, Maya! Have you ever tried to catch the bouquet? What? No. I never have either. Fighting over a bouquet that's been tossed by the bride? Talk about fierce competition. Totally stoked. I'm not sure it's really supposed to be all that competitive. Oh, it's competitive. I'm a pretty good jumper, so I think I've got a chance. She's definitely missing the point of the whole thing. Larry, how did you manage to stay quiet for so long? He's crying in the corner. Shut up! Wishing the lady you fell in love with every happiness is what a real man does. I'm pretty sure that relationship was over before it even began, Larry. Darn it all. If only I was 10 years younger, things would have gone differently. Hands of time, why would you turn back for me? Oh, they're at the Flying Chapel this time again. September 30th, 9:20 a.m. Skipped a couple days. Today is Ellen and Soren's third wedding ceremony and reception. I heard the bride and groom insisted in being in the Flying Chapel again. In the end, they were nice enough to invite me and Maya. And Adina kind of invited herself. They also invited Edgeworth, Emma, and even Larry. They say third time's a charm, right? I really do hope it's happily ever after. For them this time around. So I get the feeling it's gonna be one rowdy party. They still didn't fix that thing? It's been a fucking week.
Ready when you are.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's not a contest.
Here we go.
We get to hear Larry voice? I don't think we've ever heard that before. I'll watch Trucy grabs it, that'd be so funny. Oh my god.
Hey! Look who's next! Huh?
This only works if it's a woman. Or they're gonna kill you.
Haven't you ever heard of ladies' first?
I'm truly blessed to have you.
Oh, and that is it. Oh, let's turn about time, traveler. And you get this! Congrats, you've unlocked a special bonus to music and background settings. SOJ commemorative Sunogai. And that. Music and background settings, Trilogy commemorative, Tatsuya Yoshikawa. You wanna see that right now? Let's see. I think this is for, let's see, background. Let's put that one, and then... I can actually have a look at all these. Oh. Where is it? Would be at the end, right? Trilogy exclusive. When you marry one. Hard to find it. Maybe it's the first one. Spirit of Justice, background music, orchestral arrangement, maybe that one. Do not know. It's somewhere in there. One day I'll find it. Look at the background. Look at that. They're ready for Smash Brothers. It is a cute ending. I think that was a good case. It is a little predictable. Can you kind of guess, like, it's probably that dude, since he's the only other character revealed. But it makes sense. It's pretty heartwarming and tragic. Very similar to the fifth game special case. I actually think I like that one better though, because it I don't know, feels a lot more. I feel like that one's a little more tragic. But still, this one is very good too. I liked it quite a bit. And it's technically the last time we see the gang together. And years pass by without an entirely new game from them. That's crazy. That's it, though, I think. That's it for the games, isn't it? We've done it. We've done all 3 of these motherfucking games. It's crazy. Well, that's it for the Ace Attorney trilogy. Apollo Justice 4, 5, and 6. With that, I guess, yeah, I've already said my thoughts on it. On the third one. I guess I give overall thoughts on the entire trilogy. It's not really a trilogy. Well, the fourth one is written by the original creator, and then 2 of them are written by someone else. I think he wrote the investigation games, which I also heard mixed things on. I heard 2 is the best in the investigation series with Miles Edgeworth. He's got, I think it's still pretty, I think it's still good. I think more Ace Attorney is still very good. I've had my quabbles with some of them. Some of the cases are not as good as others. Some of the writing is a little messy, but overall, I enjoyed my time with it. It was a good ass time with this trilogy, quote unquote. Apollo Justice, quote unquote. You know. Yeah, I'm excited for that too. I will probably play it. I know some people who come by to watch my streams will play it first, so I probably won't play it immediately when it releases, but I'll play it at some point in the future. And yeah, that's that for Ace Attorney though, right? I think for now. I think in the future, I'll come back to it. Either I come back to it with the Miles Edgeworth games, or I play the Great Ace Attorney duology, which I do own. But not anytime soon. Because I have other games I want to play. other ideas. I don't want to get too stuck on one series. So we take a break from Ace Attorney. I think it's a good stopping point for a good long while. It may be a long while until we see those other Ace Attorney games again on this channel. But I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I picked this back up in January, and it took me till July to finish it. But yeah.